The third greatest anime of all time on this list. For the top five greatest anime of all time that are still going in their mangas adaptation and are still going as anime. Some have evolved into different anime and some have continued as the same anime. They're still going. Um, Naruto has evolved into Boruto. One Piece is still going as One Piece. We should tell you something about that. I've heard people say that they don't feel One Piece because it's too goofy and too silly and too childish. It's like that's the whole idea of One Piece. Um, it's not really meant for kids because One Piece has a lot of sexual themes and questionable things. One Piece was always meant for young teenagers, anywhere from 13 going on up, into older teens and young adults. Um, Not really meant for like 8 or 9 year olds. Those are things meant for very young type anime, meant to teach children about growing up or just to keep them occupied, not One Piece. So when people say One Piece are for kids, we're like, what kids are you talking about? Kids that are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and I said, yeah, that was meant for those little kids. But like, then you don't know anything about One Piece. You cannot show One Piece to children because One Piece is very violent and it has a lot of suggestive tones and suggestive themes, as well as blood and violence in it. And people die in One Piece just like they do die in Naruto. Not violently like in Naruto, but they die nonetheless. It's just that One Piece take a funny, hilarious, cartoonish route, kind of like Looney Tunes. But think of Looney Tunes in a way when you think of One Piece, and think of Looney Tunes killing people in Looney Tunes. Will it still be meant for kids if you see Bugs Bunny kill someone? No. That's why One Piece can never be for kids. Or if you see Naruto, or should I say, if you see Luffy knock out someone and they're completely knocked out, which is fine because Luffy doesn't kill people. But if Luffy allies can kill people though. So let's not use Bugs Bunny. Let's say Daffy Duck or Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd takes his gun and like shoots the Tasmanian Devil, which was a villain of Looney Tunes at a time. Shoots the Tasmanian Devil, kills the Tasmanian Devil. The Tasmanian Devil is now dead. And you will never see the Tasmanian Devil ever again in Looney Tunes. Why? Because Elmer Fudd killed the Tasmanian Devil. Then that won't be Looney Tunes anymore. And that won't be meant for kids anymore. That's why One Piece is not meant for kids. It's the same as in Dragon Ball Z. So things like these are meant for younger teens, anywhere from say the most you could give this is to 12-year-old, 13, 14. And if kids below those age watch it, it has to be parental supervision. You cannot make a child that's 5-year, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old watch, Naruto or Dragon Ball Z or Hunter x Hunter. So on my third greatest anime of all time, this is Dragon Ball Z. And why this is in the third place, because I've just said it before in previous videos for when I was doing One Piece and Hunter x Hunter. Naruto is what is called Naruto X filler. Just like you have Hunter X Hunter, Naruto is Hunter X filler. And what that means is that every time you think of Naruto, you also think of filler. And every time you think of Naruto, you also think of heart and brotherhood and great and powerful story and memorable characters. But you also think of convoluted nonsense to the point that you will want to break your television like you're playing a From Software game trying to kill the Cleric Beast or Father Gascoigne. That's the type of nonsense I'm talking about. Or even better, trying to kill, I don't know, Millennia. If you understand what I'm trying to connect with regards to Naruto and Millennia. Sometimes the filler feels like they're an entity of their own, and they're simply meant there to torture you. And you can't get past them because the people from the company kept driving it forward and driving it forward and driving it forward, and they think that it's interesting. And a lot of people who've watched some of the fillers and or bypass the fillers, like it's no big deal why people hate this so much. But like you obviously don't know why people hate it so much. You're watching Naruto from a Netflix or something channel that allows you to sit and go through all of those in one binge sitting. You are not on the same plane or even close to the same plane as those people who had to wait for months on end to watch this as it came on television. Months, not a month, months for the story originally started to the story to continue in Naruto. So I'm not going to get into Naruto until I get into Naruto, which is in my top 5. But it's never going to be in my top 3. So this is Dragon Ball Z. This is in its top 3. And it has fillers as well. But it's out of every anime. Hunter x Hunter, One Piece, Gintama, Dragon Ball Z, itself, and as well as Naruto. It's has the least amount of fillers. It has different stories, but it has the least amount of fillers. That's why it's in the top 3. It doesn't piss off your audience that your audience want to opt out and checked out and say, nah, I'll come back a couple of months when the anime gets back on track. It has never been that type of anime. So that said, that's why it's in its top 3. It never allows its audience to completely opt out 100%. They may opt out at 80% or even at 50%, but it never allows your audience to opt out 100% and then want to come back a couple of months later or when they feel like coming back to watch Naruto. Dragon Ball Z has never been that. Maybe in Dragon Ball Super it started to become that, but never in Dragon Ball Z. So this is Dragon Ball Z, and this spearheaded the what was the original Dragon Ball to become something greater than it is, to excel past its boiling point, so to speak. If it wasn't for Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, the original anime, as well as the Dragon Ball manga, would have never continued on. The popularity of Dragon Ball Z in the United States after it left international waters was greater than the popularity of the animation in its home country, which was Japan. So the fan setting for Dragon Ball Z on an international level is greater than the fanfare for Dragon Ball Z in Japan. And the Japanese people are still to this day kind of confused why people are still hooked on Dragon Ball Z on an international level. Europe, Sweden, France, England, Australia, even Croatia, Africa, Brazil, Central America, North America, Canada. It doesn't really matter. They're still kind of confused to the fact that why are Americans and other people still this hardcore for Dragon Ball Z, and it's something they've never truly understood because Dragon Ball Z understands that type of mentality of conquest. It understands that type of mentality of brotherhood. It understands that type of mentality of pushing past your limits. It understands that type of mentality of familyhood. It understands that type of mentality of a hero's arc. It understands that type of mentality of, being the best that you can and never giving up. It also understands that type of mentality of excelling past its limits and following a storyline from beginning, middle, and end that is never to a level of atrociousness that it would turn its fandom against it or turn them off to find something better. It always kept its audience, when they were watching it, hooked to see what would happen next, or at least hooked to halfway point to see what will happen next. And the only people that have never been into Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball are people who aren't interested in fighting animes. And that's many people. Most people in this world are into dramas. And drama is based on things that's more than just fighting. It's based on complicated stories that revolves around many things: espionage, using your head, solving problems with different methods than fighting, as well as a mystery, a solution, who done it, um, how to get from point A to point B, and how to make things without using a type of fighting method in order to do so. So to the mass audience, they always wanted something more in their cereal other than just the cereal itself and the milk. They always wanted a little sprinkles or something else, or a little bit of toppings on their pizza rather than just the cheese and the base standard of what makes a pizza a pizza. That's fine. This ain't about that. This is about the third spot. If we are talking about the first spot, or even the second, then Dragon Ball Z wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be the topping sandwich. This is the pizza itself, not the toppings, which is Hunter x Hunter and One Piece. This is as far down the totem pole with regards to a top three, and it will always be that top three. I would never put this in my top four or in my top five. I would never put this in my fourth place or my fifth place. It will always be in my third place of my top five because it understands how to keep your audience hooked. It understands how to motivate your audience. It understands how to sell a story. It understands all the brotherhood stuff. And it understands the hero's arc. And it understands excelling and becoming a better person through your deeds, whether it's to help others or whether it's to solve a problem. So this is very much like when you see the word Dragon Ball Z, it's pretty much like you're seeing the word Superman. I mean, if Dragon Ball Z was Superman, it would be that. So if you were to have an anime on television or an animation on television, which was the series, and the series was called Superman, obviously it would last for more than a decade because it's around Superman, which is the most longest running character in American comic book as well as television history with regards to what it is. It's not the longest running animation in television because Superman has never had a long running animation. But there have been many iterations of Superman, from live action to movies to everything. It's the longest running character in a thing. That's why I would say Dragon Ball Z is to that level, even though Dragon Ball Z is more attached towards the anime than anything else. So, with that said, I'll go straight into it, of my top three. So, this is Dragon Ball Z. And the first character we see within the story is. Wait, what happened? Oh, yeah. The first character we see within the story is a character called Goku. Goku was the original character from the Dragon Ball anime. He defeated many enemies. He was just a kid. The original Dragon Ball was meant for kids, not this one. This one is more meant for teens. So, to keep in context of what's meant for kids and what's not, Dragon Ball, emphasis the name, Dragon Ball without the Z, that was meant for kids. That was a kid being able to defeat its enemies without killing any of his enemies. Now, when it came to robots, robots weren't really people, so when he destroyed and blew up robots, he wasn't killing anyone, he was just destroying robots. However, every human enemy he fought, they were very much alive. He just beat them up and knock them out. And you see, in any animation meant for kids, it's the same thing. So that was meant for kids. This one was not. This was meant for young teens and young adults. So Dragon Ball Z, our main star Goku, has returned. He's now a young adult in his early 20s, I'm believing. In his late teens, he's probably 19 here, 19, 18, 19, or 20 years old. Not sure. He's either 19 or 20. And he has a wife, and his wife is Chichi. I'm assuming that he's either 19 or 20 here, because he has a wife and he has a kid. And that kid is, I believe, is 5 years old. So if I add the time he met Chichi when he was a kid to the age he is right now, I would say probably 10 years have passed since he's been with Chichi. and from when he was a kid, when I believe he was 10 or 11 years old in Dragon Ball. So if I add 10 years on to his 11th year, he would probably be 20, 21 right now. And he's had a son, and his son is Gohan. And during the process of this anime, with him and his wife and his son Gohan, a ship flies from space and crashes into the planet Earth. The ship is a ship from his home planet. Now, if you know anything about Goku's home planet, it was destroyed a long time ago. Very much like Superman's home planet was destroyed a long time ago. But his planet wasn't destroyed by any type of moon that crashed into it from a nearby solar system that went nuke. Uh, Nothing like that. His home planet was, if I got the whole Superman lore right, I'm not sure if his whole solar system went nuke. I'm pretty sure a moon or another planet crashed into his planet and got destroyed. How Goku's planet got destroyed was from another entity. I'll get into that later on. It wasn't something like a natural disaster. It was an entity that destroyed his planet and his home world. That is the small deviation from him and Superman. He had a more brutal Goku had a more brutal upbringing than Superman did. His family had a more brutal upbringing than Superman did. His journey is more brutal than Superman ever would be. Uh, no matter how much suffering Superman went through in any iteration of Superman, Goku's journey is far more brutal than Superman ever would be. Um, as in the sense of people dying, people getting killed, those loyal to him suffering, him having to get the tar beat out of him, the whole 9 yards. His journey is far more brutal than that of Superman because this is anime, and anime is always more brutal than American animation. You have to be if you're going to be anime. There's a sense of brutality that comes with anime that makes anime anime. Not all of them are like that, but typically one meant for teens and adults are always considered brutal. Moving forward, we see Gohan lost in the forest looking for his dad. When I first met Gohan and when I was in my teens, I was watching this and I was like, okay, he's lost in the woods. He's crying for his father and his mother because he can't find them. He's worrying about getting eaten by animals and stuff. But I said to myself, this dude is a Saiyan. It doesn't matter what's in the forest. If he hits it one time, it will get hurt or it will die if he hits it. Because he's a Saiyan. Saiyan are super strong. So even as a little punk kid, 5 years old, if he hits anything with full strength, that thing will be knocked out or that thing will die. So I never really understand why Goku was crying. I understand because he's a kid, he's crying, but Gohan never really understood his strength even when he was a kid. He just knew that he was the kid of someone named Goku. He doesn't really understand the strength of his Saiyans. I know his father told him, um, and I know he understands that he's a Saiyan, being that the fact that he has a tail. But I don't think Gohan ever truly knew what a Saiyan was and how powerful Saiyan was when he was 5 years old. Obviously, he didn't dive too deeply into that. He only cared about his mother and his father. Diving past that, you see the first change with regards to the introduction of Dragon Ball Z compared to the old Dragon Ball, whereas you have your story and then you have intermission, and the intermission screen is different from Dragon Ball, where it shows Goku this time, but Goku and his son. It is there to show his evolution, and it specifically put Gohan in the form of him lifting up his father's arm to show him that his father is strong, that he thinks his father is strong, and that he will eventually become strong. Typically, in most logical stories, you would have the father holding up his arm and the child hanging on the arm while the father holds up the arm. But in Dragon Ball Z, it's showing that the father doesn't need to hold the arm up to show that he's strong. The father just hold the arm up to show that his son is strong, be able to lift up his arm. Um, eventually this was come to represent Gohan becoming far stronger than Goku can ever be. It's just a foreshadow of things to come. When people originally saw it, they just saw it as what it was. But it was the first indication of foreshadowing of Gohan becoming far superior to his father, which is hard to do because we're talking about Superman here, or a guy who's like on the same plane as Superman. But eventually that does come to pass. This guy, Gohan, eventually would be what would be considered the Kwisatz Haderach in the series, the book series. A messiah, so to speak, but not the messiah that the whole world wants, more like a messiah of power, like an entity that was a god entity of energy. I'll get more into that later. Moving forward from that, we see Goku going from the original island where Master Roshi is, or he's going to the island, and we're introduced to the characters we saw in Dragon Ball, and we get to meet them. We get to meet Krillin, we get to meet Bulma, and we get to meet the old man, and we get to meet the turtle, and we get to see how Bulma has matured past when she was a kid to now a young woman in her late teens. I believe Goku, no, in her early 20s, because Goku was younger than Bulma when he was growing up. So I believe Bulma is also in her early 20s as well. She's probably 21 years of age. Moving forward from that, we finally get to see the villain of the very first arc of Dragon Ball Z. And his name is Gralix, and Gralix is a Saiyan of the same planet. So once their planet was destroyed by this entity, whoever Saiyans was traveling the solar system and the various different galaxies throughout the various different solar systems, conquering planets, they never got to see their homeworld get destroyed. They only heard of their homeworld getting destroyed, but they never knew who destroyed their homeworld. They only learned that their homeworld was destroyed. And yes, there were always different Saiyans that weren't on that planet when it got destroyed. Those in the field, those doing field operations, which was only a few of them, but it doesn't matter if it was a few of them. A few Saiyans, even a unit, a small unit of just 5 Saiyans is enough to take over not just a planet, but probably an entire solar system or an entire galaxy. If time gives them enough strength to do so. That's how powerful Saiyans are. Eventually, Gralix fought against Goku and against Piccolo, who was the original villain of Dragon Ball. The last most powerful villain of Dragon Ball, who eventually became an ally of Goku. And once Gralix being able to destroy Piccolo and destroy Goku easily using his power, and destroy, I don't mean like they're dead, I mean like they're completely knocked out. And he was going to kill them because he's a villain, and because in every series there are almost all, if not every villain in every Japanese anime don't follow the logic of the hero's journey. They follow the logic of the villain's journey. And the villain's journey is to kill your opponent, not to knock them out, not to put them in the hospital, not to subdue them, but simply to obliterate them. Because you can't be a villain if you're just knocking your enemies out. That doesn't make you a good enough villain. You have to kill your enemy. The logic of the strongest is to kill your enemy. Even though that's not really true, beating your enemy means you are the strongest because you already beat them. Killing them is, you're taking it another step. You already won. You just want to guarantee that they don't come back to haunt you. During the process of wars, that's what you do in a war. Whether you're on the good side or on the bad side, you're fighting to protect someone, you're fighting to destroy a country or a nation. Two sides of the same coin. Good guy on one side, bad guy on one side. In a war, both have to kill each other. You destroy the evil empire, kill them all. Why? Because they'll come back and they'll want to challenge you again. In the acts of war, that's what you do. In the acts of fighting in combat, that's not what you do. In fighting, the logic of fighting, and this is a fighting anime, you knock out your enemies. You destroy them, you capture them, and the only time you kill them is if you cannot capture them. Um, and in Dragon Ball Z, it follows the same logic. Um, in this sense, this guy could not be captured, subdued, or locked up. So the only way to completely stop this guy was to kill this guy. And eventually, Gohan was the first person to harm this guy to a level that he became weak enough that they were finally able to subdue him by holding on to him, and Piccolo ending him by blasting straight through him and straight through Goku. Goku says he's not worrying about dying because as long as this guy lives, the whole world is going to die. The whole world is going to be destroyed. Planet Earth, his wife, his son, because this guy Gralik is going to kill everybody. He's not going to save anyone. Saiyans, who are meant for war, are taught to do one thing: to subdue the planet, to subdue the planet that they go to conquer by killing everyone and claiming the entire planet for themselves. Saiyans don't do capture. Saiyans do kill. That's the level of violence the Saiyan have, and that's the difference between American anime when it comes to war and Japanese anime when it comes to war. And Japanese anime when it comes to war, it's all about killing people, never about capturing and using them for your own purposes. It's all about killing your enemies and claiming lands and stuff. From the villain's point of view, anyway. So knowing that this is the case, he basically does the current Superman logic. Um, Kill Zod. You know, the old Superman never killed Zod. He just captured Zod. New Superman had to break his neck. Same situation here. It's weird because this anime came out way before the development of creating the Zack Snyder's Superman. More than a decade before the Zack Snyder's Superman even came out. So in the original Dragon Ball Z, killing your enemies wasn't something that they shied away from. And from the good guy point of view. Now, like I said, good guys don't kill, bad guys kill. That only works if the bad guy is not strong enough to defeat the good guy, or the good guy is just strong enough to subdue the bad guy. If the bad guy is unstoppable or nearly unstoppable, the only way to stop him is to sacrifice yourself or to kill them. And in Dragon Ball Z, they don't shy away from blood and guts and violence either. In fact, by killing Gralix, Goku died in the process. That blast didn't go just through Gralix and kill him. It went through Gralix, kill him, and it killed Goku. Goku didn't care if he died in the process as long as this dude get killed. So Goku dying is now the first time in all of Dragon Ball Z history that the main protagonist has died. And this was a shock to many people who were the diehard anime fans of the original Dragon Ball and were fans of Dragon Ball Z. Because the protagonist doesn't die. At least back in the days in the 90s, you couldn't have your Superman character dying. But apparently in this, yeah, he straight up got, he straight up got that Bane treatment in Dragon Ball Z fighting Gralix. He got his back broke, he got messed up, and eventually he got Doomsday killing Superman. And the weird part about it, Gralix is no Doomsday, but he was able to almost kill Goku. Unfortunately, in this case, in order to beat him, Goku had to die. So that was the only unfortunate thing. And the first time of many goes to show you how many times Goku has to die to save the world. This is the first. This is why I say Dragon Ball Z is in my top 3. You have a protagonist. So let's say you have a protagonist like Naruto, or and you have a protagonist like Ichigo, or you have a protagonist like Gintama or Gintoki, or you have a protagonist like Gon, or you have a protagonist like Luffy. Out of everybody in every anime that ever existed, Goku was the only person in all animes who's died more than 5 times. Like, or literally died. Actually, correction. Who's died more than 4 times. So a total of 5 times he died. I believe he died once here in the Gralic Saga. I believe he died again fighting Frieza or one of Frieza's men. Um, he died versus Majin Buu. Was killed by Majin Buu, or maybe no. He was killed by Frieza. No, no, no. He was killed by Cell. That's the third time he died. He died by one of Cell's men. No. Let me get this correct. He died by Gralic. He didn't get that KO'd by Frieza or Frieza's men. He was near death by one of Frieza and Frieza's men, but he never got KO'd. That was Vegeta. He died. He literally died fighting Cell or one of Cell's men, saving the planet, and dying by stopping Cell. And the third time he died was during the Majin Buu Saga. I believe, if let me see, scanning my brain here. Um, Came back, had a halo over his head, fought in the tournament, fought Buu. Died. No. What happened is he was already dead, but they gave him the opportunity to come back to life. But his time on Earth ran out, and so he had to went back to heaven. So it's like he died a third time, but he didn't really die a third time. He was already dead, but it's like he died a third time because he couldn't stop the enemy, but he had to return back to heaven. So it's like he died 3 times. So I'm gonna consider that his third death. The ability of his time running out and inability to stop Buu again. I'm 100% sure that he died a fourth time, fighting one of Frieza's men or fighting someone during the Freeza Saga. Um, Not exactly sure. It's either fighting one of Frieza or fighting one of Cell's minions, one of the androids, something like that, or maybe not. But in all truth, Goku has died twice, literally, and third time his time just ran out. So I'm going to consider his third time his third death. And in Dragon Ball Super, he never died at all. I think his time just ran out again in Dragon Ball Z Supers. So this dude has died more than 2 times. I could log him his time running out on Earth as the third time he died because he was unable to accomplish his mission and had to return back to heaven. So I'm going to consider that 3 times that even though his full body wasn't obliterated to go to heaven, his time ran out, so he was unable to accomplish his goal, and so he wasn't able to stop the enemy. So I'll consider that his third death. So in all anime, he's literally second. He's not really the first. He's the second person to die more times than anyone in all of anime. I believe that designation of death has to go towards Luffy in One Piece. Either Luffy or what anime character keeps dying over and over and over again? Well, we're not talking animes where a character is dead and character comes back to life every time a character is dead, because then that means that character's innate powers is to get obliterated and to come back to life. We're not talking about those type of animes. Those type of animes is designed for someone to be a phoenix. Those are part of the character's characteristics. So I'm not considering anyone whose whole thing is to get killed and to come back to life. We're talking about people who it's not part of their whole characteristic that they die and come back to life. We're talking about this. So Goku's either the second or the third person within anime under the fact of dying and coming back to life over and over again. I believe he falls into the third slot. Moving forward from that, could be wrong, maybe even the fourth. Moving on from that, Goku's no longer on planet Earth. Gohan is training with Piccolo to become stronger. He turns into a giant ape because he doesn't know what Saiyans are and Power Saiyans. Piccolo rips off his tail, um, knowing that fact that if he turns into a giant ape, he will lose control and he will destroy anything and everyone on the planet if he stays in that giant form. So Piccolo rips off the tail, and this happened earlier on within past the Relic Saga, before the Vegeta Saga started during the season one. Um, Moving on from that, we see him getting stronger as he's training. We see him going through various different stories because obviously after the Gralak Saga was over, he had thrown in a little bit of stories to pass the time before the Vegeta Saga started. Um, we see him almost getting eaten by something that looked like a mixture of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a different type of beast. Of course, these episodes were always meant to be a little lighthearted and to show the journey of Gohan as he's becoming stronger. Moving on from that, we get to see Goku finally in heaven after Gralik destroyed him, with his halo on, and he's traveling through. I think he went through the underworld first, but then he traveled, realizing that he's not a bad guy. He went to heaven, and he's following various different paths, flying through heaven, and he got. I think he was able to finally manage to reach a planet where he saw vegetation and life and a house and a car, and he went to land on the planet. This is a Kai planet, Grand Kai, I believe his name, or yeah, Grand Kai or Master Kai or King Kai. That was his name, King Kai. He lands on this planet not knowing who the planet belongs to, and King Kai is a person that is in charge of our solar system, basically. Um, you have a deity that's in charge of the planet Earth, but you have a king that's in charge of our solar system to make sure everything on every planet goes well within our solar system. So he's basically the king of ruling over every type of planet and every type of species within. Actually, I think King Kai is in charge of our galaxy itself, everything that happens within our galaxy. So yeah, he lands on the planet, realize that this planet is the planet of, not realizing it is the planet of a king who watches over everything. Um, Understands that he can't stand on this planet because this planet is meant to be the planet of a king, a ruler of many different planets. And in order to even stand in its presence, you have to be extremely strong and have powers equal to what he have in order to even be within his presence. So it's very much a story like similar to that of if you ever met an angel in real life, or if you were to even have the presumptuousness to even be in the presence of God or any God for that matter, you would have to have significant amount of power even to be in their presence or even to see them, as in the story of God goes. So he steps on the planet, crushes into the ground of the planet, and realize the gravity on this planet is beyond that he's ever felt while on planet Earth. Like, I believe the planet of the Kai of King Kai is probably that 200 that times that of the planet Earth, either 100 or 200 that times the planet of planet Earth. I believe it's more than 200, to be honest with you. I believe it might actually be like 300 or even more times gravity. Um, he gets crushed onto the floor because Goku's body has adapted to Earth's gravity, even though he's super strong. But Goku's body has not adapted towards this gravity of this planet. This also gives context to one other thing. Obviously, Goku is strongest person on the planet and stronger than any human, stronger than any creature, whether it's sea life or a lion or anything on this planet. Period. He's like Superman. So he's beyond the strength of anything normal. This dude could pick up a tank with one hand. So this planet, now that I think about it, it can't possibly be 300 times gravity. So this planet, its gravity is probably in the thousands, probably 3,000 times gravity. So when I say 300 times gravity, it was kind of off by about a good 1,000 or more. So moving forward from that, we get to see King Kai, who's obviously like beyond strength of a Saiyan at the moment, because he's just walking around like it's nothing. This turns out to be that eventually down the road, his strength is going to be presented, but Kai doesn't present his strength in fighting form. Kai presents his strength in tactics and how to increase your chi powers and chi strength. But he never uses it in combat. Pretty much King Kai is a person meant to be a teacher, nothing more, not a fighter. He's simply a watcher and a teacher. He can tell you how to become strong, but he doesn't practice it. He just informs you of it. And when he does it, it's just does it. Like if he was to pick up a car with one hand or one finger, it's simply to teach you, nothing more. Moving on from that, we finally get into the Vegeta Saga. So while Goku is training on King Kai's planet, Vegeta and a character with him called Nappa. Vegeta is the one on the far right. That's the short guy with the spiked hair because he's a Saiyan. And Nappa is the tall guy with the bald head on the left. Which you would think he's the strongest, but it turns out the shortest one with the spiky hair, that's like a little punk kid, is the strongest one. They're both Saiyans, and remnants of their planet. They were sent with Gralix as to be a tactical fighting force to conquer planets or to conquer solar systems. Because conquering a planet, you only need one sign for that. Conquering worlds, you need multiple signs for that. Basically, the task of a Saiyan who is sent out to conquer things is to conquer solar systems, various solar systems of a galaxy. Once a Saiyan conquers a solar systems or various solar system of a galaxy, they then report back to their masters to state that they have finished their objective, which is to subdue an entire galaxy by themselves. And only then can they fulfill their goals and go back home to their master. And eventually their master will be revealed. So there are multiple galaxies within the universe, obviously. And it would take these dudes years, or in fact, when it comes to Saiyans, it would probably take them months in order to do that, not years, because Saiyans are that powerful. It would probably take a Saiyan like probably about 11 years, maybe an entire year to conquer an entire galaxy. And that should tell you something of what a Saiyan is. It would take only a year for them to conquer an entire galaxy, to subdue multiple planets within the solar system. Well, actually, let me be kind of realistic. If it only takes one Saiyan to conquer a planet in a few days, and there are multiple planets of a solar system, I would say it would take a few months to conquer an entire solar system. So it might take a little bit more than a year to conquer an entire galaxy, if you're a Saiyan, or about a full year. Yeah, so I might be a little off because not all planets have multiple planets within their solar system. So yeah, a little bit over a year, about a year or 2 years it would take for a Saiyan to conquer an entire galaxy by themselves. Doesn't really matter. It's only about a year or two, which should show how powerful they are. Moving on from that, we get to see Piccolo gets completely destroyed and defeated by one of the Saiyans, because as powerful as Piccolo is, if only one of these dudes can conquer a planet by themselves, a guy like this, like Piccolo, cannot defeat them. Now, Piccolo was a badass in Dragon Ball anime simply because he was able to defeat the strongest enemies that are, or at least were enemies of him on the planet, including defeating Goku at a time being. But then eventually Goku got him back because he was the strongest creature on the planet. He wasn't strong enough to conquer the entire planet. And it required multiple people to fight him to conquer the entire planet by himself. and it would take more than just a couple of days for him to do so. It would probably take him like almost a year for him just to conquer the planet by himself, or maybe even months to conquer the planet by himself. So that should already tell you how powerful a Saiyan is. If it would take Piccolo more than a month or two just to conquer the planet, it would take a Saiyan just one day to conquer the entire planet. Or I think actually the anime was back in the days was probably trying to say that Piccolo was so powerful he could conquer the planet in just a few days. So I should give credit to Piccolo. It would probably take him a week most to conquer the entire planet and fight all the fighters and stop anyone who could stop him. So maybe just a few days, maybe 3 or 4 days, it would take Piccolo to conquer the planet by himself. However, a Saiyan would only take a day most to conquer the planet, maybe just two. So no matter how powerful Piccolo was, um, he would get destroyed by one of these guys simply because they'd be able to conquer the planet in just one day, where it would take Piccolo a few days in order to do so. So Piccolo would be able to put up a fight against these people and damage them and exhaust them, but he wouldn't be able to beat them simply because they have just a little bit more power than he does. At least one of them do have a little bit more power than he does. Emphasis on the word one. If he was able to put up a fight and make one of them struggle, um, these people come in groups and teams, or it doesn't matter if it was just one of them. He would eventually lose in the end by himself. So Goku see that Piccolo got completely destroyed by this guy who could defeat Piccolo easy, and I guess this guy doesn't understand that he beat Piccolo, which means if Goku was a bad guy, he would be able to conquer the Earth in one day too. So when this guy Namekian got destroyed the Namekian, and Nappa went up against Goku, he didn't realize that Goku could basically do the same thing he can, and that Goku was beyond Piccolo's strength now versus the time he originally fought Piccolo. So he is stronger, much stronger than Piccolo now, like double Piccolo's strength now. So double Piccolo's strength was a little bit more than Nappa's strength. I would say if Nappa was Nappa 1.0, Goku would be Nappa 1.8. So he would be able. The difference between a guy that could lift 100-pound weights and a guy that left a 200-pound weight. A guy that could curl 100 pounds. Goku would be able to curl 200 pounds. That's a 100-pound difference, and that's a vast difference. So Nappa gets completely destroyed, completely beat up. It's like a dude that's a bodybuilder versus a dude that's not a bodybuilder. It will always work to that favor because a guy who could curl 100 pounds is significantly more powerful than a guy who could curl 200 pounds because that's per each, 25 weights. You add another 25 to that, 50, you add another 25 to that, 75, you add another 25 to that. That's 100 pounds more added to, or should I say, that's 50 pounds more added to just one arm for that curl. So, yes, Nappa put up a fight, but in the end, he was no match for Goku. Goku had more endurance, Goku had more strength, and actually, now that I think about it, since he easily beat Nappa, he actually might be not Nappa 1.8. It would actually be like Nappa 2.0 versus Nappa 1.0, which means this guy would be able to curl more than just an extra 100 pounds. This guy would probably be able to curl an extra 200 pounds versus Nappa be able to curl just 100 pounds, which basically means it'll be like you trying to fight the Rock. It wouldn't go well whatsoever at all. So yeah, that said, Vegeta is not Nappa. Vegeta is basically like The Rock himself, or like Arnold Schwarzenegger type. He built up more energy than Nappa ever did, and he's the reason. He's the leader of the Saiyans for a reason, and he's not just a leader; he's a prince. And in order to be the prince of anything, you have to be more powerful than everyone else. And so his power does not lie within his size of his body and the bulk of his body. His power lies within the friction and energy in his body. So when this dude decides he's going to curl 300 pounds, he is able to curl 300 pounds 10 times in just, 5 seconds. So that's how fast he is able to do curl 300 pounds. 10 pounds, yeah. So I'm just giving an example. These guys can curl more than just 300 pounds within 5 seconds. These guys with one arm. These guys can curl 3,000 pounds in 5 seconds with just one arm. So I'm just using the weakest version, trying to lock it down to human logic, of human strength logic. These guys are beyond human strength. More like 3,000 pounds in one arm under 5 seconds. These guys are like god level kaiju strength in just their one arm. So yeah, so fighting a guy who's can curl like 3,000 pounds in just one arm, that's what we're seeing here. Goku about to fight Vegeta. These Supermen. Basically, it's like Superman versus Superman here. Or maybe it's like Bizarro versus Superman here. Because that's what it is. We have Bizarro Superman here, and we have Superman here. So in the end, Bizarro Superman kicks Superman's ass, if everyone knows the story. But as all things, Saiyans, once again, very different from anything American, aren't limited to those things that are connected towards what we define as American heroes. Their power strength excel every time they're in fight, every time they're near death, every time they die, every time they defeat an opponent, every time they learn a new strategy. So their power strength simply just dial it up by 2 points for every time they fight an opponent or every time they take damage in a fight. So it's weird. So if Vegeta here was to punch Goku extremely hard to the point that he starts puking up his lunch, he would actually be giving him 1 point of strength added to his strength because Goku is adapting to that amount of pressure done onto him in his body. And he's adapted to the speed and understanding of that type of impact in his body. Just from a hit, Vegeta would be giving Goku a point of strength and a point of understanding and a point of power. So these guys they're extremely weird compared to any superhero in any genre because as you know, many people get strong as they're fighting an enemy in combat. But the difference in comparison to those different animes and Dragon Ball Z is that, or in Dragon Ball, is that these characters grow in strength by the percentage as they're going along fighting. It's not simply becoming stronger while you're fighting or becoming stronger after getting defeated and come back and defeat the enemy. They are significantly growing as they are fighting. In the process of they are fighting. It's not a learning thing. They just simply are becoming stronger. It's not simply understanding based on impact and how to beat the enemy and how, to buff up the body more, how to use your powers more significantly in order to beat or how to out trick your enemy. They're simply gaining power as they're going without their consent. This is not I'm understanding this situation, and I'm adapting to it. It's like the universe is slowly giving them power. The longer they're in combat, the longer they fight, the more they gain intelligence, the more they gain strength, it's like an automatic thing, an automatic perk that they get for every time they fight an enemy and they're in combat for a while, or not even a while. For every time they do an impact of an attack against each other, it goes up by a percentage. It could be a 0.0001%, but it's going up for every single time they're fighting. And that is what makes Dragon Ball Z vastly different than many anime where heroes just get strong in combat. These guys have like an automatic perk that simply makes them get stronger as they continue to fight. Moving forward, we get to see Goku and Vegeta fighting in their legendary epic fight. And here's another reason why I put Dragon Ball Z as my third. One is everything I said before. Two is this scene right here. This is a pan in and no, this is a push and pull pan movement, an expansion movement, a push and pull pan movement, and also a wide shot movement. Um, from I believe bird's eye view. From a bird's eye view. Correction, a reverse worm's eye view. So it's showing the backdrop, and it's showing the forward area, and it's showing the push and pull, pan pushing and pulling, but it's showing it from a bird's eye view looking down upon these characters as they're rising from the ground. But it's more like a worm's eye view because a reverse worm's eye view is obviously a bird's eye view. Um, but it feels very much like a worm's eye view than it does feel like a bird's eye view. And it's also showing a wide shot from a horizontal point of view with film grain. It feels very much film grain light. Well, not completely film grain. It feels very much film grain wide shot using a push and pull worm's eye view, reverse worm's eye view, bird's eye view. So that's one of the things I liked about Dragon Ball Z in comparison to Dragon Ball. It was willing to experiment with many different ways of using shots, using pushing and pulls, using wide lens view, using forward lens view, using pushing and pulling pan views, using transitional views, using uh, um, Dutch angles, using what else? Um, Gotta wait for that plane to go over. Using short shots, using long shots, using moment to moment shots, using scene to scene shots, using day to day shots. Everything that you could think in film development was present within Dragon Ball Z. Well, not every single thing, but majority, like I would say a good 75% of everything you learned in film school was present within Dragon Ball Z. Um, and this was one of those legendary ones. And then the next scene shows Goku using his fist to do like a kind of like a Luffy move where he used all his fists all at the same time. However, to show the difference between power level of characters like Luffy and characters like Gohan and characters like Ichigo and so on and Naruto, this guy he doesn't need to use all his power strength, all his energy in order to use multiple of his fists in like a mystical way to flashpoint, um, to show aftermaths of his hands and illusions of he's throwing multiple fists at the time. He's literally throwing multiple fists at the time with just one arm. Great shot, by the way. And moving forward from that, we get to see Vegeta getting even more angry. And another example of great film work or great animation work is the use of color, shadows, and representation of color and shadows in a scene at a certain angle. So this is a close-up shot from him at a lower angle, showing his anger, showing his explosive power, and the type of color that they're using in this anime to represent power level are white, red, some blues, and mostly white, red, some blues, white, red, some blues, and a little bit of, if I remember clearly, a little bit of black as well. So yeah, in Dragon Ball Z, the fight between Goku and the fight between Vegeta was very much a power fight, energy fight, and each of them used their power to a vast amount. Also, purple. I forgot the character of purple as well. Purple was also a color used in it. So it was yellow. No, it wasn't yellow. It was red. It was purple. It was blue. It was white. and it was black. Those were colors to use to represent a sense of power and power level between Goku and that of Vegeta. Eventually, Goku defeat Vegeta by summoning all the energy to create like a mini spirit ball within his arm. Back then, it wasn't like a spirit ball; it was more like a spirit energy caught in one hand in order to explode outwards. Eventually, Vegeta had to turn into his giant ape form in order to beat Goku because he couldn't beat him anymore because he knew nothing about spirit energy and the spirit ball, and he couldn't estimate the fact that Goku got training from the king of this, this galaxy, King Kai. He had no idea that King Kai was someone that you could actually see and meet um, when you were, I guess, I have a feeling that he knew that you could meet King Kai after death, but since Vegeta never died, he never met King Kai. And since Vegeta was always bad, I doubt he would ever meet King Kai anyway. He would have probably just went to hell. So by Goku meeting King Kai, he was able to attain more strength that way. And by Goku learning how to use spirit energy, I guess from King Kai, he was able to defeat Vegeta. So it truly was Goku's ability to learn more techniques and more moves from the king of his galaxy, which was the reason why Vegeta got defeated. Obviously, it's not just that. It's that the Saiyan blood allows you to become stronger the moment you're in battle and you're fighting in battle, not just showing up in battle, but the moment you're in battle, fighting in battle, you're slowly getting stronger. So the stronger you become while you're in combat, the more powerful you become while you're fighting your enemy. So even though if your enemy is also a Saiyan, if that enemy hasn't been training as much as you, or if that enemy hasn't gotten special training like you do, that enemy will eventually get defeated. And that's the reason why Vegeta had to go into Saiyan 8 form, because he couldn't beat Goku the conventional way. But he was able to do so, turning into a great ape, because what the great ape does is allow for your power strength to excel tenfold. In other words, if you are able to curl, or should I say, in Saiyan sense, if a Saiyan could curl 3,000 pounds with one arm real fast to show how powerful they were, a great ape could multiply that by 10 and curl 30,000 pounds or 30 tons of pressure within one arm within just a couple of seconds. So basically, Vegeta multiplied his strength by 10 folds by turning to something that's vastly more powerful than he is. Obviously, this is a gigantic ape. So its muscle mass, its muscle strength, and the power of what makes a Saiyan is all in a gigantic creature now. It's not lost. That strength is now fully explored outward. So when the weird part is in Dragon Ball Z is, or in Dragon Ball, is trying to tell you a Saiyan's power is from a great ape is compressed to a small little variable. In other words, into a small little body like that of Goku or like that of Vegeta's. When they're fighting each other in this form, they're basically giant sized apes and their body is crushed down and crushed down and crushed down and crushed down. And all that power from the great ape is lost due to the crushing down effect. So when they go back into the great ape form, that power is then regained that made them powerful. So when you're crushed down, it's not just crushing down and compressing that power to make the smaller version of themselves powerful. It's also they're also losing power when that power is being crushed down. Like anything in life, the more you compress it, the density of that thing, the color of that thing gets lost in the process. Very much like photography. The more you compress something, the more it gets blurry. It might get sharper as you're compressing it, but a lot of its density is lost. A lot of its color grading get lost. So on and so forth. Moving forward from that, we get to see Goku completely knocked out because the Great Ape just basically smashed him. Doesn't really matter how much power Goku has. Kaioken times 3, doesn't matter. You know, one fist from this great ape is like tons of pressure on him. So he basically gets obliterated by this thing that just punched him once and he was like knocked out. Or maybe like a couple of times. But it doesn't matter. He wouldn't have survived against the great ape anyway. So he gets completely KO'd. Eventually, I believe Krillin or someone show up to the party. Um, or something happens. I believe someone threw an energy ball at him. Yeah, I think it was Krillin or something like that. Went to assist Goku. It could not do so. Um, Probably got his ass kicked, as well as Yajirobe. Yajirobe was hiding behind a wall before, waiting for his opportunity for him to turn back into regular Vegeta form. Um, and being able to do that requires a distraction. So once that once Krillin finished doing the distraction, Vegeta turned around to try to kill Krillin, and unable to kill Krillin. And he was unable to kill Krillin because by the time he turned around, Yajirobe used his sword to cut off his tail. And the moment he cut off his tail and lost his tail, Yajirobe was pretty much done for. Another thing I should point out, though, um, it doesn't matter what anyone say. I don't believe Yajirobe is a normal human being. Yajirobe is not a Saiyan. Yajirobe was born on this planet. Yajirobe came from this planet. Yajirobe is someone who's considered a human, even though he's trained in chi powers and to use chi energy to strengthen his body, to strengthen his will. At the end of the day, Yajirobe is still considered a human, or at least his backstory was never revealed to me that he was anything more than a human. So the moment Vegeta kicked him in his face, this dude should have been dead, like straight up dead, not knocked out, dead. Because Vegeta did a swing kick on this guy, or did a power kick on this guy to make him go flying by kicking him directly in his face. A normal human being would be dead. A guy with ki would be completely knocked out. This guy was never knocked out. This guy was hit the ground and was holding his face, you know, and was spinning around on the ground like a ridiculous person, but he wasn't unconscious. I always thought this was strange about the character Yajirobe, and I'm assuming this was made simply to make him the comedy act of the show. And that's the only reason why he's alive, because he's the comic relief. He cannot die simply because, you know, the company, the people who created Dragon Ball Z, don't want him to die. Normally, he would have been 100% dead. Moving on from that, after Vegeta gets defeated by getting his tail cut off, we get to see Goku completely finishing off using his Kaioken times 3 ability. Vegeta falls to the ground. That was the end of Vegeta. Moving on from that, we get to the next scene. This next scene represents a group of people who are loyal to their friends and to their family members who are versus a tyrant called Frieza. In fact, I believe they were the first people that mentioned the name Frieza. If not them, someone else. Frieza is the person who basically destroyed their world. And by the introduction of this character, Frieza, you get to realize that Frieza is probably the person that destroyed the Saiyans' home. Moving on, but since this is a rundown with spoilers, I could basically confirm that that is the case. Because this isn't about non-spoilers. This video is very much spoilers. So that is the case. Frieza was the person that destroyed the planet, the Saiyans planet, as well as many planets in many solar systems. Obviously, he doesn't let Saiyans go do all the work for him. He does have his own personal bodyguards and his own personal minions and his own personal journey. So Frieza destroyed their planet. Frieza destroyed not just planet Vegeta, which is home to all Saiyans, but Frieza destroyed multiple other planets as well. Moving on from that, we get to see minions of Frieza go looking for the Dragon Balls, and they're now looking for Dragon Balls because Frieza came to learn of the Dragon Balls through interacting with people that were on different planets or different solar system close to Earth's solar system, from the planet Namekia. and he learned from them that there's this thing called the Dragon Balls, same as Dragon Ball on Earth, that are able to grant a person any wish they want. Once he learned that this thing can grant you any wish you want, regardless of who you are and what you believe in, Frieza realized this is a unique opportunity for him to get everything he's ever wanted, ever. And his wish was to simply be granted to be the unstoppable force that he is. Not just in power, but simply could never be defeated. That was his wish. His wish was to be immortal, I believe, and to not being able to be defeated because you're immortal. That was the wish that he wanted to be, to never being able to be defeated because he was immortal. So he wants to be eternal. Um, Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to make his wish because eventually Goku and friends showed up to the planet, the solar system, looking for the Dragon Balls, trying to undo things, trying to undo many things, and many people who got killed by Vegeta's people when Vegeta was on Earth. So at the time, Goku and his people don't know much of anything about Frieza, other than they learned that various different species um, were killed off by Frieza. So the intentions of Goku and their party is simply to find the Dragon Balls to undo all the damage that Vegeta and Nappa and Gralak did while they were on planet Earth. All the people they killed, all the buildings they destroyed, they were trying to undo those things. And also trying to bring Goku back to life by using the Dragon Balls, because you could get 3 wish using a Dragon Ball. So part of those things was to save everyone and bring the Goku back to life by finding Dragon Balls. That's why Krillin went on the journey. That's why Gohan went on the journey. That's why eventually Vegeta himself went on that journey to find the Dragon Balls, so he can make his wishes as well in order to defeat Frieza and in order to defeat Goku. So he's very much still a selfish person. Eventually, down the road, Vegeta became stronger by fighting Goku and by fighting uh, who else? And by fighting Piccolo as well. And even though he got his ass kicked by Goku in the end, not really get his ass kicked by Goku, but more like he got blasted by Goku in the end after he lost his great ape power. Um, he is power strength for being in combat, like all Saiyans, jumped up by a vast amount. The longer he's in fight with Goku, the stronger he started to become. So when he did return back to the planet Namekia looking for the Dragon Balls, he eventually found Frieza's minions, both Dodoria and Zarbon. And Frieza's minions, both Dodoria and Zarbon, are his personal bodyguards. They are loyal to him to a fault. They will never leave him unless Frieza physically say, "Leave me. I am going to, go do this." Now, another thing that's very interesting about this anime and why a lot of people don't get Dragon Ball, but I do get Dragon Ball, is that there's um, a hidden description for what these things are, what Frieza is, what Zarbon is, and what Dodoria is. It's never stated 100%, but it's assumed that these individuals come from a planet where creatures can morph into even more powerful creatures, very much like chameleons, or chimeras in a sense. No, not chimeras, more like chameleons. Um, what you see is not what you get. That they can metamorphosize within an instant or within more than an instant, a couple of seconds or maybe a full minute. But the point is, I'll wait for that plane to go over. The point is that these individuals, Zarbon, Dodoria, Frieza, they basically are part of a section of a galaxy. They come from a different galaxy, and they're all part of a similar solar system. They all come from the same, or it's assumed that they come from the same solar system. Just that there are different species that live on different planets of the same solar system, or they live within the same galaxy, of various different solar systems. Regardless, what I'm trying to say is whatever galaxy Zarbon, Dodoria, and Frieza come from, that is their home galaxy. And within that home galaxy, the strongest species within that home galaxy are creatures that could metamorphosize their body to look like something far stronger. This is shown within the character of Zarbon, and this is shown within the character of Frieza. It's not that much shown within the character of Dodoria, but Dodoria's powers is not simply multiplied based on his physical appearance. His morphosis is not based on his physical appearance. His morphosis is based on the expansion that he could do with regards to his body and the expansion he could do with regards to his powers. So he doesn't metamorphosize externally like Zarbon does, like Frieza does. His metamorphosis comes internally. Or it's assumed that Zarbon and Frieza are of the same galaxy, and Dodoria is simply of a galaxy that was outside of theirs. But what I read with regards to Dragon Ball Z lore, it's also assumed that since there's no true context with regards to Dodoria's origins, that he comes from the same galaxy as Zarbon and Frieza does. And amongst the solar systems that are within that galaxy, Frieza's and Zarbon's people are considered the most strongest within the species of that solar system that Frieza and Zarbon are from. And that's the reason why Frieza has Zarbon loyal to him and Dodoria loyal to him, because they all come from the same galaxy. Or it's assumed within the lore that they are from the same galaxy. Um, that's why they're so full of themselves, because they believe that their galaxy or their solar system and their people and their culture are the chosen one within everything that has to do with power. It's a shocking thing for them to find anything that's beyond their galaxy that represents power like theirs, because they've never met anything beyond their galaxy that was stronger than them. Um, Unfortunately, it just happens to be that one day within their many travels, whether it's within their galaxy or within their solar system, that amongst those various different galaxies that they conquered, off one of those galaxies, a group of Saiyans lived within a solar system. Um, and when they came across this group of Saiyans, uh, they came to learn that this group of people were far stronger than they could possibly imagine. In fact, most of their troops that they sent in previously got obliterated by the species. And Frieza and Zarbon and their personal elite forces had to show up to the party in order to subdue the Saiyan people. Eventually, the Saiyans get subdued by Frieza himself, because even the elites couldn't stop the entire Saiyan army. So that's what that means. And then eventually, the king of the Saiyans offered up his son, Vegeta here, the prince of the Saiyans, in compensation for saving the planet and using Vegeta and using those who are part of his elite forces at Frieza's will. So Frieza had decided to spare planet Vegeta, otherwise that planet would have been completely destroyed, by offering up Vegeta as service to Frieza himself. And that's the only reason why the planet existed for so long. Eventually, Frieza went back on his word. Um, kill, I believe he killed King Vegeta through a deceptive way, or it's shown that King Vegeta died in a deceptive way. Or now that I think about it, now I'm trying to rack my brains with regards to how King Vegeta died. I believe either it was sabotage or it wasn't sabotage. It was simply on the planet when the planet blew up. So either it was sabotage or he got completely obliterated by Frieza's sun power. And I call it a sun power because he literally created a mini sun out of his hand, um, which is not really a sun. It's more like a giant size energy ball that's equivalent in color and equivalent in size to a miniature sun, and it destroyed the planet. in just one fell swoop. So that's how Planet Vegeta came to be obliterated. And that's how powerful Frieza is. You create a mini sun type energy ball to destroy a planet. So in order to fight someone like Frieza and to defeat someone like Frieza, you would have to have that type of energy beyond that of basically anything. Um, in other words, if you're going to try to attempt to defeat this guy, you would have to have like multiple great apes fighting him all at the same time. So let's say a great ape goes to fight him. That great ape will be destroyed by him, even in its gigantic form. But if, let's say, a small army, let's say a group of maybe 7 or 8 great apes were to fight him at the same time, he will get his ass kicked, because we're talking about the power strength of an entire army of great apes using their powers from their mouths, because they shoot energy balls from their mouth, using the energy ball from their mouth to shoot it all at the same time. Let's say 8 great apes shoot energy balls all at the same time through their mouth, blast it out of their mouth at the same time, like a Kamehameha wave, all at the same time. Frieza would not be able to stop that, because you're trying to stop the energy power strength of 10 or 8 or 10 of these guys all at the same time. I believe Frieza might be able to fight against it, but I don't think he'll be able to stop 10 great apes all at the same time firing an energy ball against his whole globe thing. It wouldn't work. The great ape strength is beyond anything other than that of Frieza himself. So if Frieza was to fight multiple great apes, he would lose. Um, that's what I'm trying to say. So if Goku was to fight Frieza, he would have to have the strength of multiple great apes compressed into his body itself. Now, in order for him to do so, seeing the fact that Goku knows that a great ape, if he ever goes, or if he ever meets a Saiyan that's able to go great ape again, that he will meet more than 1 or 2 Saiyans that are able to go great ape, because Vegeta told him so. That in order to fight enemies that are far more stronger than them, sometimes they would have to go into great ape form. So Goku, knowing this, know that eventually, if he ever comes across an elite group of Saiyans who are in great ape form, he would have to become stronger than a great ape in order to beat anyone who's in great ape form, or more than one person that's in great ape form. He would have to beat a miniature group, like say more 4 or 5 people who are in great ape form. So in order for Goku to do this, he decided, I'm going to train within 20 times that of Earth's gravity, which is basically 10 times that of King Kai's gravity. I think on King Kai's planet is like 1,000 times Earth's gravity, or 3,000 times Earth's gravity. So basically, he's multiplying 3 times that of the gravity of King Kai's, and he's multiplying that by 20 folds. So I believe 20 times Earth's gravity is a good 10 times that of King Kai's planet's gravity, like 10,000 more gravity. So knowing that he has to get even stronger to beat someone like Vegeta, but not just to beat someone like Vegeta, to beat someone far stronger than Vegeta, that are going to be in multiple groups of people, because he had to fight Nappa, and then he had to fight Goku. I mean, he had to fight Vegeta, and he had to fight Gralix. He's now considering it, in order to next fight, it's not going to be a fair fight between him and one person. It might actually be a fight within multiple people who are just like him. So he's planning to become far stronger than even a group of people, and he's considering it from the point of combining all the strengths of all those people into just one person, which is himself. And that is how Goku would be able to beat someone like Frieza. He's training like he's training to fight multiple enemies just by himself. Not just him becoming stronger than multiple to fight them all by himself, but to him to become strong enough that multiple enemies fighting him all at the same time would be as easy as him fighting against, you know, I guess a cockroach or a dragonfly or something like that. He needs to fight someone without even fighting them. It has to feel like he's not even trying to fight them. That's Goku's mentality here. I have to become strong enough so that whoever I fight it would be extremely easy to beat them. So that's Goku's mentality. When he wants to fight an enemy and defeat an enemy, he wants to get so much more powerful than them that it won't cause him that much problem in order to beat them whatsoever at all. Because he knows that there are enemies that could evolve in strength as he's fighting them. So he's considering that while he's in training. So eventually we get to meet a character called Dende, and Dende is of the the Namekian species, and he's very pivotal towards Dragon Ball Z future. In fact, he comes in clutch with regards to the Freeza Saga, and he comes in clutch with regards to Majin Buu Saga. So this is a long-term player within the Dragon Ball Z universe. In fact, he's a long-term player, a big game player, because this shows up in Dragon Ball Z Super as well. Mostly in Dragon Ball Z, but he also show up in Dragon Ball Z Super as well. So he's a long-term player, and so when he shows up, it's not like he's going to go away. He's going to be a permanent resident of Dragon Ball from now on. So Zarbon decides he's going to fight Goku, um, but first he has to take out Vegeta. Vegeta being cocky, thinking that he's going to beat Zarbon easy because he was able to beat Goku for a time before Goku beat him, and realized by getting defeated by Goku, he was able to multiply his strength up by 10 folds, assuming that he knew he because he defeated Dodoria without that much effort, even though Dodoria put up a fight, Zarbon couldn't be that much stronger than Dodoria. Apparently, that's not the case. Dodoria is very much more powerful than Zarbon, because unlike Dodoria, Zarbon can multiply his body not only in strength but also in physical appearance. He can more metamorphosize his body from his weaker form to his stronger form, and his stronger form is about 50 times more stronger than his weaker form, and so he defeats Goku. I mean, he defeats Vegeta quite easily, so much so that Vegeta had to run away in order to make himself even stronger, which should tell you something about how powerful Zarbon is, because the whole time you were watching Vegeta's fight against Goku and Vegeta's fight against Dodoria, you'll always assume that, okay, these guys can't be that much stronger than Saiyans. But it turns out that any enemy that could transform their body into chameleon like or chimera type power, um, that could change their body from what it was to a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type thing, um, are creatures that you cannot underestimate. It's like the multiplication of their power, the duplication of their power, the transcendence of their power from a weaker form to a higher form is shown through the metamorphosis of their body. So if once their body has metamorphosized from what it was to what it is now, is also a metamorphosis of his strength. So slowly, as his face is changing into this creature in its various forms, that's like one level of power jump from where it originally was. So the moment his face starts to get ugly, that's a multiplication of his power. The moment his face starts to get uglier, that's a multiplication of his power again. The moment his face gets even uglier, that it starts to look like a dinosaur's face, that's also multiplication of his power again. So it's not just transformation, but it's the various different phases of his transformation that he did within just a few seconds. So the moment his muscles get a little bit bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger, and his body bulk up more, it's simply every time his body bulk up, every time his face grows out, before it actually stops, is multiplication of his power. And that's equivalent to a Saiyan growing in power every time he beats someone in combat. So basically, Zarbon is about 4 or 5 times his original strength, because his body kept growing until he stops in his forms within just a few seconds. So yeah, he defeats Vegeta pretty easily, and then Vegeta runs away, but then Zarbon goes back to Frieza, tells Frieza he's able to kill Vegeta because Vegeta gotten a little stronger. Frieza basically says, well, you should have chased after them and you should have killed them because if you know anything about Saiyans, every time they're fighting battle, they get stronger. That's the reason why I destroyed their home world, because if I left them unchecked, they would eventually grow in power so much that it become far beyond that of mine's or of yours, Zarbon. So you gotta go back and clean up your mess, otherwise I'm gonna kill you. And Frieza's the type that it doesn't matter if you're loyal to him or not, if you don't do what he says, he will kill you because he's, the worst of villains. He doesn't care about his allies or his enemies. He'll destroy anyone in order to achieve his power. He's very much like a Don Flamingo type in One Piece, or Black Bear type in One Piece. Doesn't care how he acquired power, or who he used to acquire power. As long as he's the strongest in the entire universe, that's all that matters. So moving on from that, he summoned his minions, the Ginyu Force, and Elite Force are part of his unit to do the dirty work for him. Eventually, the Ginyu turned out to be like this real weird group of guys that are like a football team of, doing their practice run, their practice joke, their practice little pump up the volume type thing, with, prior before going into combat. Frieza is completely perplexed by this ability and wonder why. Well, it's not more like a ability, it's more like this little quirk that they have. Wonder why these doofuses are even serving under him. And the reason why Frieza has not destroyed all these guys is because he's fully aware that they're significantly more powerful than any other creature that follows him. But doesn't matter if they're significantly more powerful. In the end, they all get destroyed by Goku. Yes, the Ginyu Force is very powerful, and they're each of their size represent how powerful they are. Obviously, the most powerful person than Captain Ginyu is the guy that's above him, and the most powerful than the guy above him is the guy above there. They're the various different sizes that represent how more powerful they are. But those powers come within various different type of powers. For instance, the final guy behind the other guy behind the other guy, each of their powers are represented by their power strength. Speed is one, strength is the other, transformation is one, teleportation or substitution is it's very strange. The Ginyu Force is weird. That's all I gotta say. Moving on from that, they eventually gets destroyed. Vegeta basically tells Krillin, like, listen, we need help, man. The damn Ginyu Force is here, and as powerful as I am, I can't beat them all by myself. Krillin says, well, once Goku come here, he's going to come to help us. He's not going to come to help you. Vegeta and, I believe, Vegeta and Krillin have their first little conversation here within the entire anime. It's also the first ever scene to show that Krillin not only has this deep disgust for Vegeta, but Vegeta also find it very humorous. And it's the first time he ridicules Krillin throughout the entire arc of Dragon Ball Z. It's an ongoing thing between Krillin and Vegeta. They seem to have this hatred towards each other. I guess it's because Krillin is weaker than him. He always seemed to have this thing of wanting to make fun of Krillin for no reason. If not him, it has to do with what's his name? I forgot his name. Tenchi. Oh no, Tien. If it's not Krillin, it's Tien. If it's not Tien, it's Yamcha. I guess if anyone is human, he makes fun of them because he considers human to be weak. And since Krillin is human and he's on this planet where all these super people are here, this is like this little hidden thing within Dragon Ball Z that's been a constant from the very beginning, that if you're human, you should be made fun of. So that's something that's present throughout this anime and still going on to this very day. Every now and again, Vegeta takes it upon himself to make fun of either Krillin, Yamcha, or Tien, uh, to identify that human beings are weak, even though it's shown throughout the anime later on once you go into Super later on in Dragon Ball Z, that Goku doesn't really consider himself to be, a Saiyan, even though he's a Saiyan. Consider himself to be a human being. Moving on from there, we got to see Goku take out each of the Ginyu Force one by one, uh, and then afterwards we get to see more context with regards to Vegeta himself, his ambition, and his ambition is to possibly be the greatest Saiyan that ever existed. But he's in fear now. He is in fear because he got defeated by Goku, that that goal might not come through. That the fear of being the greatest Saiyan in all existence means he has to excel past his limits in order to get there. And since was unable to excel past his limits, he's assuming that Goku is going to be the one to excel past his limits in order to be the greatest Saiyan of all times. And the greatest Saiyan of all times is known to have been someone called a Super Saiyan. Um, it's a legend amongst their people, kind of like a King Arthur type. It's only a legend and it's only a myth, and no one was ever able to achieve it. But from Vegeta's fall that passed on to him, Vegeta confirms within him that that legend is true. And it's only Vegeta that knows that that legend is true, that it's not myth. All the other Saiyans of the planet think it's a joke in a game and it's just a myth. But Vegeta is the only one, and his father knows that, passed on to his father from his father, that they actually saw the Super Saiyan. And so they know that this thing is real, that this creature is real, and that the Super Saiyan can only be born through the greatest of conflict and the greatest of situations. So moving on from that, we get to go into the next part of the story. And the next part of the story happens to be with the backstory of how the planet got destroyed, or should I say, past the Super Saiyan stuff. We get to go further into the story. We'll get to see Goku take out the remainder of the Ginyu Force, slowly, one at a time, and we get to see Captain Ginyu taking over Goku's body, and we get to see Captain Ginyu losing to Goku by getting transformed into a frog, because Goku used Ginyu's transportation or transforming powers from transferring body to body or soul to soul by throwing a frog in midway while Ginyu is doing his own body swapping technique. So as Ginyu was about to doing his body swapping technique from Goku into back into his original body, Goku took a frog and then threw it towards Ginyu's direction, the direction for which the power was going to flash towards, and he ended up being inside of a frog. Uh, I get to say this though. I mean, I'm not gonna fault the Ginyu Force for this, but I kind of fault Frieza for this because it's completely stupid on Frieza's part to not know that this would eventually happen. That his so-called Ginyu Force had very much a weak leader, or should I say, his leader had like a weak ability that you could exploit it if you knew how it works. So it didn't make no sense whatsoever at all. It's something that Frieza should have identified quite early against the Ginyu. Obviously, it's powerful if it's used, but if you could figure it out, then it's pretty much weak. And Frieza never cared to figure it out. Otherwise, he'd realize if this was the case, then the Ginyu Force could have been easily be taken out a long time ago. So Frieza now fighting Goku and his forces eventually realized with great resistance from Goku, he couldn't beat Goku the conventional way because, like I said, multiple giant great apes training powers into Goku's one little power. 20 times gravity, everything he learned from King Kai, and also the Saiyan strength multiplying every time they're in strength against their opponent. All this put a lot of pressure on Frieza. Not to mention the fact that Piccolo joined the fray, joined forces with Nail, and obviously he had joined forces with God before to fight Frieza. So God powers versus Frieza, God powers versus Frieza eventually push a lot of energy against Frieza, which eventually made the situation for which fighting Frieza to be a bad thing. Moving forward from that, he now realized that he's in a pickle. He's in a circumstance that he has to push himself even further, transforms into his final form, and this final form is supposed to be the form of a god, basically. Um, at least the form that he's taking on to be his final form is supposed to be a form equal to that of the strength of a god. But Frieza's not interested in being a god. Frieza's interested in being an immortal, because if you become strong enough, you could even take down a god. So he doesn't want to be a god. Otherwise, he would gain much more power. He wants to be an immortal. So eventually transformed from this form, the form for which he fought, and the form which beat Piccolo, into the form that we see here, his final form. Once Goku joined the fray and defeated, or should I say, once Gohan joined the fray and hurt Frieza, as well as Krillin, as well as everyone else, and Goku joined the fray as well, it was too much for Frieza. So Goku eventually decides the only way, actually no, now I think about it, he didn't actually fought Goku until he took on this form. So it was deeds of both Gohan, of both Krillin, of both Piccolo, and someone else. I don't remember the last person. Oh yeah, Vegeta. It was the deeds of both Vegeta, both Krillin, both Gohan, and both Piccolo that was put a strain on the Frieza in order to step up his game. But it was mostly due to Gohan's berserk powers, which came in clutch. In other words, Gohan lost his mind, went ape crazy, and destroyed this form of Frieza, simply because Gohan lost consciousness for like a minute or so, and this type of entity, I would like to call it an entity, um, took hold of Gohan, and the force of this entity made him uh, excel in power. It was very much Gohan fighting Frieza, but it felt very much like he was gaining power from a type of entity fueling him. So for a moment, I would say it's just Gohan fighting Frieza, but it felt like that power level wasn't from Gohan. It felt like it was coming from a type of entity, or from a well of power from an entity. So I'll leave it at that. So once Frieza finally turned into his final form, he finally gets to fight Goku in his final form. Moving forward from that, we get to see Frieza remembering um, the person he originally fought before he destroyed planet Vegeta, and he remembered that there was a guy who looked exactly like Goku who fought against him before he destroyed planet Vegeta, a rebel faction from the planet who stood up against Frieza, or a rebel warrior from various different rebel factions that stood up against Frieza. Now, in the movie version of this, this character was abandoned by those who were considering him to be crazy because they thought Frieza was loyal to them. So he went and decided to defy Frieza by himself. After his personal soldiers got killed, he was very much a leader of a group of Saiyans sent out to do Frieza's dirty work. Eventually, Frieza killed them, and eventually he turns against Frieza for killing them. And all other Saiyans died because they could never fathom within their minds that someone like Frieza would ever destroy their people or their planet. Turns out to be that's not the case. Turns out to be Frieza remembers this warrior that stood up against him, the very first of Saiyans to stood up against him, to be 100% clear. He was the first Saiyan to actually throw a fireball at him, or fight against him, or to defy him. And through this person, through the will of this person, that Frieza, I guess, first saw his very first premonition that eventually the Saiyan will rise to become a nuisance to him later on. And since no other Saiyan had ever defied him before, and this character, which is now, I will call him Bardock. Bardock was the name of this character. Bardock is the name of this legendary hero that first fought Frieza, the very first of his people to actually try to fight Frieza. Bardock was obliterated by Frieza when he first threw his gigantic sun-looking fireball towards the planet. So Bardock got vaporized by the planet, as well as the planet got vaporized itself and exploded. But Frieza never forgot the face of the person, the Saiyan who defied him, the very first Saiyan who defied him. Obviously, King Vegeta first tried to defy him and realized that he was outmatched. So I basically can't really say that Bardock was the first Saiyan to defy him. Because I remember King Vegeta, when King Vegeta first met Frieza, very first time, him and the entire Saiyan people thought that they were stronger than Frieza when they realized they couldn't beat Frieza and had to subdue and follow Frieza. So it really wasn't Bardock was the first person to defy Frieza. King Vegeta was the first person to defy Frieza. But it was Bardock was the first person after the Saiyans had pledged loyalty to Frieza to defy such a loyalty. So that's the reason why he wanted to truly destroy the Saiyans. It wasn't really because they defied him before. It was more like they defy him. They will continue to defy him simply because he's ruling over them, and that it's their consistent defiance that's an issue towards Frieza. Not because they originally defied him. It's that there are people that won't be held down by any ruler that's not of their own people. And so Bardock is a reminder that the Saiyan people aren't a type of people to be bound. They're very much like Riddick is to, the Riddick movies, like the Chronicles of Riddick, the Furyans. You could basically say the Saiyans are very much like Furyans. They can't be bounded by anyone other than by their own species. So that said, he got destroyed. The planet gets destroyed. Vegeta told him of the story. Goku said, "That's enough. I don't want to hear any more of this depressing stuff." Basically Vegeta spilled the beans. He tells him the whole story. Tells him this dude murdered my father, and he loved it. Tells him this dude killed and destroyed everyone on the planet. He loves it. Tells Goku that he pushed Vegeta around, and he loves it. Basically Vegeta is saying this guy enjoys being a bully. Like, they're bullies, and then there are bullies like Frieza. There are two type of bullies. There are bullies to just be bullies, and there are bullies who are simply tyrants because they love to pick on things that are weaker than them. He's like the bully of bullies. That's basically what Vegeta is saying. Like, he's not just there because he wants to kick ass and take names. He's there because he's the evil guy that simply wants to be above everyone else, and everything and everyone, whether they're strong or whether they're weak, must serve him because I am the best, and everything else must do as I say. That's the type of bully Frieza is. I don't have any friends because I don't need any friends. I just need to, bait on you every now and again to remind you that I'm the best. He's that type of bully. Every now and again, my bodyguards and my people that serve me and those who are loyal to me, every now and again I'm gonna smack them around, just so the fear stays in them to know that I'm, the person that's in charge of them. That's the type of bully that Frieza is. So doing so was probably the reason why he got destroyed, because he doesn't understand that fear, giving fear to people all the time eventually develops something called hope, because hope is born out of people eventually defying what is trying to hold them down. Hope is not some nice little cookie cutter thing like putting your hand up to the heavens and hoping God is going to save you type thing. Hope is basically like you're standing up for yourself for once in your goddamn life and doing something about it. you know. And if you die in the process, you're going to pass that on to someone else who will do the same thing and the same thing and the same thing to defy those who would, or defy something, whether it's a, you know, a can of Coke, or, you know, your boss on your job that's saying you can't do it. You know, that's what hope is. You know, it has nothing to do limited to religion or your or politics or even um, uh, war. It's a progression towards defying this thing that's trying to bog you down and make you weaker and say that you cannot move forward. That type of thing. It's a versus thing. You know, two sides of a coin. You know, one side is what's trying to hold you down. The other side is what's trying to make you get lift up. That type of thing. Moving forward, Frieza said, you know what, I can't take this shit anymore. I'm going to destroy your friends. You know, that should make you, you know, back off. You know, after getting his ass kicked by Goku a couple of times, he said, you know what, I'm getting constant interruptions. You know, I'm actually winning this fight, but at the same time, I'm actually losing this fight. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the obstacles that are in my way. So he plans to destroy Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta. Well, he already destroyed Vegeta, um, and Krillin at the same time, because there are actually constant interruptions. It's not just Goku fighting Frieza. It's Goku and everyone else fighting Frieza. So Frieza decides to finally get the obstacles out of his way, and he ends up killing Krillin. By killing Krillin, he said, finally, I get to have these nuisance out of my way so I could continue this fight with Goku. And by having them out of the way, I never have to worry about them trying to like do the whole stab me in the back thing. Um, which they're not the stab me in the back type, but he's trying to assume that that's what they're going to do because he's lived his entire life as a tyrant, so that's his logic of thinking. So fighting against Goku and killing Krillin, um, that was the last straw. So eventually Frieza bulked up into a gigantic form of Frieza to multiply his power even more. So now he's equal to the strength of not just of a god or a mini god, but he's buffed up that power by a significant amount. I mean, he really doesn't have the strength of a god. I guess you could basically call him in this form, his final form of Frieza, kind of a demigod. Uh, he's not reached God form because he didn't make his wish yet. And since he didn't make his wish yet to become a god or to become immortal, he's not really a god. He's not God strength yet. A God strength Frieza would have beat this final form of Frieza quite easily. So he requires even more power. So he's slowly but surely becoming a god, slowly, so to speak. So that doesn't turn out to be the case. What turned out to be the case is that Goku managed to exceed past his limit and managed to acquire the power of a Super Saiyan. And a Super Saiyan is still not the power of a god either, but it's the power of a superhero, basically, so to speak. And it's because superheroes aren't really gods, they're superheroes. They're basically the power of a human being or the power of a person. Um, for this example, I'll say a human being, power of a person, and that power of that person excel by 10 folds. Basically, you know, a guy that could start to shoot energy blasts out of his hands, where if you were to put up your hands and then say, go forth power, and you're looking in the direction where you're saying go forth power and nothing is happening. This is because a human being cannot shoot powers out of their goddamn arms. It's impossible because it doesn't exist. But in this case, that's what is going on here. He eventually excelled past what doesn't exist to what does exist. So the Super Saiyan is basically you becoming from a regular Saiyan into a superhero, a superpower, or you're basically going from, you know, Steve Rogers into Captain America. You know, you drink the superhero serum. He basically, his power is not within his bulky body. His power is within his energy level, spiking to a high amount that kind of evolves him from where he was to where he is now. Kind of like how I always say Freezer and Zarbon, they're metamorphosizing into their forms, their power is increasing slowly and surely. It's kind of like something like that. But in Goku case, since Saiyans don't do transformation, they just transform into a giant creature, a great ape. They don't slowly. Maybe they actually do. Maybe they actually, as they're transforming into a great ape, their power multiplies. But what I'm saying is, like, once he attains this power, he's now become from Steve Rogers into Captain America. So once he attained this power, he's able to beat Frieza easy because he's now beyond the strength of a demigod. He's not really a god, but he's beyond the strength of a demigod. You know, he's equal to the strength of, or can go toe to toe with a god, but he won't be able to beat a god. But he will be able to beat everything else except a god. So that's how he was able to beat Frieza, because in this form he can fight against a god, but he will lose against a god. But he's able to fight against a god, whereas Frieza wouldn't be able to fight against a god at all. He would straight out lose. So moving on from that, we get to go to the next scene. And in the next scene, we get to see the Namekians slowly but surely passing out. And, or should I say, the Namekian leader slowly fading out into time. And it's basically an indication that he's fading away because his journey, his deeds, his obstacles, his purpose in Dragon Ball Z was simply to make sure there was someone there to save the Namekian people, to save the people of his solar system, to save the people of everyone else's solar system as well. He very much knew that Frieza would be coming to his planet. He knew that his planet would be destroyed if he doesn't do something about it. And he knew by waiting for someone like Goku to show up and to beat Frieza, only by defeating Frieza would he start to disappear and fade into the void, or fade into heaven, so to speak. And his elders and those who serve him are crying and saying goodbye to him because they were all like his children. So knowing this and knowing it's time for him to go, he says goodbye to his children and his power fades away. And as well as he faded away because he's now accomplished his goal. He was now able to be there in order to be a support for Goku and Goku's team. Because part of the Dragon Balls comes from the power of the Namekian people to create the Dragon Balls, which also their power comes from him. So he's able to help them, to help him, to help Goku to create Dragon Balls in order to give him that support that he needs to survive. He had to survive long enough to see his people survive, which is he had to be around long enough to see Frieza defeated so his people can survive. Once Goku defeated Frieza, he then passed away and said goodbye to his people. And of course, Frieza, being a fool that he is, decided he wants to get one final blast. Even though his body's cut in half, he has to get one final blast in of Defiance, simply because he believed that he's the greatest species to ever exist on the planet that he's from, in the solar system that he's from, in any galaxy, that he's a conqueror type. And conqueror types don't believe that there's anything stronger than them because they're conqueror types. Turns out that's not the case. He gets destroyed, obliterated easy, in this form that Goku's in. He's basically the form, of, like I said, Captain America or Superman, times 10. This is basically Superman times 10. Like Superman, this is Superman on crack. So he wouldn't be able to beat Superman on crack. It's like I said before, curling 3,000 pounds with one arm as a Saiyan. This is more like curling 20,000 pounds or 30,000 pounds on one arm as a Saiyan. As a great ape, 30,000 pounds is nothing. As a great ape. But as a Saiyan, it wouldn't be able to do it 30,000 pounds. However, if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he'll be able to do what a great ape can do within just the body of a Saiyan. And of course, like I said before, we would need multiple great apes to beat someone like Frieza, but because in that case, that's what's happening. Um, it's not just the compressed ability of a great ape in in Goku's body, but it's more like the compressed power of a great ape, of more than one great ape, like several great apes' power compressed into Goku's body. That's how he's able to defeat Frieza. It's like an entire faction of great apes compressed into Goku's body. I know this is true because I remember later seasons, someone turned into a great ape and was fighting Goku. As a Super Saiyan, they weren't able to succeed. It that that great ape had to become a Super Saiyan in order to defeat Super Saiyan Goku. So only if a great ape can turn into a Super Saiyan, which is ridiculous, can a great ape defeat Super Saiyan Goku. So multiple great ape forms doesn't mean that they could beat a Super Saiyan. They wouldn't be able to do so. Not in their best day. A great ape will have to go Super Saiyan to defeat a Super Saiyan. So Frieza didn't have a chance from the get-go. So moving on from that, we get to see a mini little arc of someone called Growlithe Jr. trying to take over the world while Goku is recovering from his injuries versus Frieza. And they're now back on Earth. Growlithe Jr. summoned the Dead Zone. Unfortunately, the Dead Zone turned against Growlithe Jr. Growlithe Jr. gets destroyed by his own Dead Zone, or gets sucked into his own Dead Zone and gets trapped in there. That's the end of Growlithe Jr. Now, this story with regards to Growlithe Jr. is nothing but like a few years after, maybe about a year or two after the defeat of Frieza. So the time jump with regards to Dragon Ball Z just skip forward about a year or two. Or maybe it's just about a couple of months or so from his time with Frieza. But back on Earth, because there's no Goku around, Garlic Jr. thought it would be a good idea to try to take over the world because there is no savior to protect the world anymore. No more Goku. Turns out that's not the case because he underestimated like someone like Piccolo would be that strong. He forgot that Gohan is Goku's son and that Gohan's now stronger than he was before. His hair got longer, but his powers also got stronger. And Garlic Jr. is not to the level of Piccolo's strength anyway. Or should I say Garlic Jr. is not to the level of Frieza's strength anyway. Even in Frieza's second form, no, even in Frieza's third form, where he looked like a giant uh, dragon or something like Frieza's third form, even to that level of strength, I don't believe Carl Jr. was stronger than that form of Frieza. That said, even if he was equal to the strength of Frieza, he wasn't equal to the strength of final form of Frieza. So he was going to get defeated by Gohan and the rest of the Z fighters, regardless. Moving on from that, we get a phone call from someone. I think it was either Gohan or Yajirobe or someone called Krillin and told him, "Listen, I don't know what's going on, but I could sense the power of Frieza and back on Earth. And since Goku's not back on Earth, Goku's trapped in space because after the planet blew up with Frieza getting destroyed, Goku didn't have a capsule or a ship in order to get back to Earth. So Goku had to find a way to go to the nearest planet that he could find using his powers, getting to the nearest planet that he could find, and trying to see if he could get back to Earth. So moving on from that, we then get time jump into the future where we are from defeating Garlic to where we are now. Someone called Krillin, don't remember who, said Frieza is showing back up on Earth. Did you sense that energy? Someone says yes. And it turns out that King Cold, Frieza's father, rescued Frieza from death and brought Frieza back to Earth in order to finally meet this guy called Goku and to destroy Goku. Frieza and King Cold does not know that Goku is not on Earth, so this is a huge deal and a huge problem. Moving on from that, we get to see Piccolo's crazy little face. This is one of the most hilarious faces I've ever seen on Piccolo. The animation is superb. How Frieza and how King Cold show up to the planet is another beautiful pan-in shot. but it's a panning shot going from the left to the right, in a transition from a one-shot transition, panning in from left to right, showing Frieza, showing father, showing the ship, and then quick shots, quick snippet shots from Frieza, from Piccolo to Krillin to Yamcha to all the Z fighters to Vegeta, even to Bulma, present. And Bulma's not one of the Z fighters. She's just there in the party. Like in Dragon Ball Z, they kind of did Bulma dirty, because she was a very much an important character with Dragon Ball. However, in Dragon Ball Z, she's not really a fighter, so they didn't have much for her to do other than to invent things. But even in Dragon Ball Z, she didn't really invent anything. It's only in Dragon Ball Super. And later on in Dragon Ball Z, she became an inventor. In the early stages of Dragon Ball Z, she was. So moving on from that, we get to see what happened with Frieza. How come is he still alive after get blasted by Goku? We get to learn that his father found the body, and that's how he was able to survive. Upon that explosion, Frieza should have been completely obliterated. Turns out Goku only obliterated a side of his body, and that Frieza's will and willpower alone, and whatever was left of him, managed to survive. Don't know how. In all truth, he should be dead, but he's not. But that's not the issue here. The issue is the animation here, or continuity here. In the anime versus Goku, Frieza did his blast, if I remember clearly, from his right hand, um, going upwards. His right hand, he had his right hand extended when he fired his shot. And when he got hit, um, it wasn't from his right side of his face that got hit. He got hit from his left side of his face. So in continuity, it's just the first error within Dragon Ball Z that I saw was his right half of his face was destroyed, even though it was his left half of the face that was shown to have been hit by Goku's energy when he got defeated. So that was the first continuity error. Or if it's not a continuity error, then that means that anime is the one that screwed up, and it's not the manga that screwed up. Perhaps the manga got it right. Perhaps the manga had that he got hit from the right side of his face, and the anime screwed up and hit him from the left side. But that was the continuity error. The next scene we see is this scene of Trunks showing up to the party. And Trunks is a boy from the future, and he arrives from the future to show up to events of the past because we need our new arc. And our new arc is associated with the death of all the Z fighters. Yes, this new arc is about, this new story is about the death of the Z fighters and how that came into being. Of course, the anime doesn't elaborate on their death a lot, but it simply states that they all died fighting this new enemy, or got killed before fighting this new enemy. Apparently, Goku died before even fighting this new enemy by a disease, and all the other Z fighters that remained, including Vegeta, who happened to join the Z fighter in the future, got killed by these robots. And yes, they are robots. And it turns out that these robots happen to be the robots that Goku originally fought in Dragon Ball. And these original robots that Goku fought in Dragon Ball were from a company called the Red Ribbon Army. Yes, the original military faction called the Red Ribbon Army was the company that bankrolled a guy called Dr. Gero, who was the creator of all the robotics within the Red Ribbon Army. Red Ribbon Army did their own thing, had their own personal army, people, whatever, weapons, special gear, tactical warfare, military tanks, the whole nine yards. But anything that was futuristic, that was a robot, that was futuristic, used as an Iron Man suit or as an armor or as a gadget or as anything that was high tech in Dragon Ball, or robotic or cyborg or anything to that level were created from a guy called Dr. Gero. And we never get to see Dr. Gero in the original Dragon Ball because he was always meant to be hidden in the shadows as someone that's not wasn't meant to be seen. It's only the main players of Dragon Ball were meant to be seen because it it wasn't necessary to state that these robots were being created by individual. It was only assumed that these robots were being manufactured by the company itself, and that the bad guy who was in charge of the company was the person who was actually creating these things. Turns out that's not the case. In Dragon Ball Z, the story of Dragon Ball gets fleshed out into something much more elaborate in Z universe. And so we get to learn even more about the Dragon Ball universe by exploring and expanding on what was Dragon Ball to what is now Dragon Ball Z. That a character called Dr. Gero was the person who first developed all these robots and continued to do so long after the Red Ribbon Army fell. So Trunks showed up to the party, tells everyone that he's a Super Saiyan, shows Frieza that he's a Super Saiyan, stops Frieza's whole little sunball thing with just one arm as a Super Saiyan because he's a Super Saiyan and he's far beyond the power of Frieza. Defeats Frieza with one slash, and there's a break line within the image of Trunks here and Trunks there to show that he's literally sliced straight through this line. And this line is supposed to represent Frieza's line of sight, and that his head is now split in two. I said this before, and I'll say it again. Dragon Ball Z is not meant for kids. People say, no, it's kiddish, but like, no. The characters in Dragon Ball Z are willing to kill people in order to save people, and are willing to kill people in order to do their own selfish things. Dragon Ball Z is really meant for young teens and young adults. Someone as a kid, 5, 6, 7, shouldn't be watching Dragon Ball Z unless there's parental supervision. Because the heroes straight up murder dudes as well as the villains do. Goku doesn't do so unless he has no choice. Like he straight up murked Frieza. Kill him straight out. No questions asked. Gave him a shot. Frieza didn't take that shot to go live his life. Tell him he's a fool. Here's a big old fireball for you. Sleep in hell. So he's dead. Frieza's dead. Or it's assumed that Frieza was dead. Frieza comes back to life because of robotics. A machine brought him back to life. Reinvigorated his health. Stands up, does his own energy blast thing. Couldn't stop Trunks. Trunks murked him this time. Didn't follow the path of Goku. The anime is basically trying to tell you Trunks is not Goku. He's more like Vegeta. Kills Frieza. Kills Frieza's father. Straight up kills them. No mercy in this dude whatsoever at all. It's definitely not Goku. Straight up murk this guy. One shot. This guy gets skewered like a pig. Dies. Straight through his chest. Then he comes up to Goku. And you would think he was going to try to, kill Goku. But he doesn't. He was friendly to Goku. Apparently Goku is his hero. Not his father. In fact, he hates his father. For reasons I don't know. But I do know. And the story doesn't tell you why he hates his father. He just knows he hates his father. But he's also an admirer of his father. He hates his father, but at the same time he admires his father. It's very strange. But, or maybe he'd never hated his father. He just didn't know him. Yeah, apparently he never knew him. I only assumed that he hated him. He never knew his father, but he knew that his father was arrogant and pompous and kind of evil as well. So it's kind of obvious who his father is if he could go Super Saiyan. And his father is not really Goku. Many people thought that it was Goku when they first saw this anime back in the future. That Trunks is from a future where Goku was able to have another kid. And that this kid was Trunks and that Goku was his father. That's why he was so desperate to meet him. But turns out that's not the case. Turns out that Trunks is the son of Vegeta and Bulma. So Bulma is his mother, Vegeta is his father. And Trunks tells Goku, who finally came back to Earth, sometime later, after him defeating Frieza and King Cole, tells Goku that you know, in the future he's gonna die and everyone, the Z Fighters, are gonna die. Another reason why this is in the top three is that the story, typically when stories get fleshed out, typically when you evolve stories, typically when you make stories get better, typically when you add more flavor to the fruit, or add more textures to a layer of an image of a painting, and you put more textures to that layer to make it look good. It has to be something that is matching the type of nature for which you're doing the thing, and it has to be compelling enough, or interesting enough to a certain level that it exceeds the original formula for what was necessary towards previous stories. And in Dragon Ball Z, everything that was done in Dragon Ball is multiplied by another percentage. So what you knew of Jiro is multiplied. What you knew of Goku is multiplied. What you knew of their power is multiplied. What you knew of the past has been multiplied. What you knew of what would be coming down the line has been multiplied. So Trunks is the first representation of the story now going from present day to following a path that will be developed for the next age of the Dragon Ball Z universe. And they all happen within Dragon Ball. Typically, you would have a hero like this showing up from the future to tell you of a story for your next evolution of the Dragon Ball Z into Dragon Ball Z Super. But that wasn't the case. This is the evolution of Dragon Ball Z even into Dragon Ball Z again. So basically, it felt like the future of another Dragon Ball story, which was meant to be another Dragon Ball story for another type of Dragon Ball, but it wasn't. It didn't take that another type. It kept it, and it kept it within the Dragon Ball universe. So apparently, in the future, two robots were going to show up and going to kill everyone. And these robots were fierce creatures enough that even a Saiyan, or any Saiyan, or even the most powerful Saiyan, wouldn't be able to stop them, because these robots were based off of Saiyan DNA and Saiyan powers. And they were based off Dr. Jiro's tech and evaluation to what could possibly defeat a Saiyan. And the amount of power that required to possibly defeat a Saiyan will require nuclear energy in order to possibly defeat a Saiyan. So what Jiro did, Jiro decided to experiment into a different type of atomic warfare, which didn't have anything to do with plutonium or any type of nuclear type of physics, in order to develop a type of enemy strong enough. I believe he experimented with something that's far beyond the composition of the nucleus itself, a different type of tech that he developed, a different type of chemical compound that he developed. And the anime doesn't go deep into that type of science, but it's basically saying that he discovered a different type of particle compound that could excel anything that could be created with a nuclear bomb. So he decided to compress that type of compound into just one fighter and one fighter only, something that could excel any type of nuclear arms warfare. Heal myself. More like I'm thinking about a game or something. Yield. I meant yield. Yield capacity of an explosion. But that explosion will have to be, that yield of explosion will have to be something that could be compressed into just one arm or one hand or one section of the body, or not even a section within just one cell of the body's power. And that cell, if every cell within this body of this creature was powerful enough to be equal to that of, let's say, a Scud missile, just a cell itself, not even the arm or the body or the muscles. If just a cell had the yield power of that of a Scud missile, imagine if the creature was to swing its arm, what would happen? It would basically knock everything and everyone, into space and everything. Basically swing this arm and the entire city comes crashing down. just from one swing of the arm, or one power from one swing of the arm, an entire city would collapse with just one blow. It's that type of power. So moving on from that, Goku basically said, I ain't worrying about stuff like that. I'm back home. I need some food, blah, 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 blah. Basically, Goku is basically saying, wow, if they're that powerful, I want to fight them. Basically, Trunks said, you're not scared. It's like, I'm not going to worry about stuff like that. This is the first indication when Goku's happy about being home, when Goku is not worried about a threat, is because Goku has developed something far beyond that he's learned while during his fight with the androids, or should I say not his fight with the androids, his fight with Frieza. So he just developed Super Saiyan. So he can't be, going to the next level Super Saiyan because that'll be too fast within the anime. So it's something else that he's learned that could be to his advantage fighting these machines. So he's not worried about it because he's realized that even though he's become Super Saiyan, he's also become stronger. I'm not sure if he's able to exceed that of the Super Saiyan yet, but he's become stronger than that of even a Super Saiyan now. At least that's the nature of how he was coming across, that he's not worried about them. So moving on forward from that, we get to see, I think Marin, that's her name. We get to see the first appearance of Marin, who's supposed to be this hot chicken in the Dragon Ball Z universe. Not much brings up there, but considered to be this hot commodity. First appearance of Marin. Not really a fan of Marin. Don't know what she had to add to the whole Dragon Ball Z universe other than, Krillin's girlfriend at the time. It's quite silly to even have her in, but apparently, Krillin is not the best, it's not the best when it comes to making good, relationship decisions, obviously. Don't have anything against Marin. I just thought it was a poorly used character. It could have invested in her more to make her do more within the anime. If you're going to have her to be the silly cookie person, she should serve a purpose in the anime. There was a lot of characters in Dragon Ball. Well, not really. See, this is another thing why I like Dragon Ball Z. It only had a few characters within its universe. Only a few within its universe that did not waste its time. Only a few. Marin was one of those people. And I like that about Dragon Ball. So we get more context with regards to the Red Ribbon Army. Red Ribbon Army basically a backstory. We get some image from the Red Ribbon Army, the old guy. The last major, more powerful battle Goku had to do was against this giant tank type thing. I believe this was the last enemy in Dragon Ball Z universe that was the most powerful one that Goku fought when he was a kid. Or the last one. And Trunks tell him that whatever happened, Dr. Jiro's lab, that lab got destroyed. People got out of the lab, and the people that got out of the lab weren't people. It was those two robots. They invaded the world. They destroyed the world in just a day. The world was destroyed, or something like that, or just a day or two. And that when they got out, their first act of violence was to kill their master. That they couldn't be controlled, and it probably was due to the fact that they were beyond the strength of anything or anyone. They were at God power strength, basically. When I was saying before that Frieza wanted to be like a god, it would be these guys. If Frieza wanted to become like a god, it would be these guys. They were like beyond his strength. They basically were like walking gods on the planet. They're not God, but they were like walking gods. Nothing and no one could stop them. Even, Gohan, when Gohan was matured, no Z Fighter, no Saiyan, no nobody. Even if you were Super Saiyan, you could not stop them. However, Trunks went into the past to look for Goku because it said that Goku is the only person in history that was able to stop the Red Ribbon Army. So Trunks is assuming that if Goku was able to stop the original Red Ribbon Army, he would be able to figure out to stop these two machines, which was presumptuous of Trunks to even think that. So the Z Fighters decided to, wait for 3 years, I believe it's stated, for them to show up. And during that time, they all trained to become stronger due to Trunks showing up and telling them that on this day they will all show up. So Trunks kind of violate the whole properties of time and space and learning about things from time and space by showing up to the party, by stating what he's stating. So he kind of changed the future that he knows and the future that we know by simply showing up and telling us of these androids. So he basically gave he basically gave Goku, gave Krillin, gave Gohan, gave Piccolo, gave Vegeta time enough to become strong enough to fight these creatures. Gave them a full 2 or 3 years in order to become strong enough. It doesn't really matter. We're talking about walking gods here. So even if they were to become strong, it wouldn't matter. They would still get their ass kicked. And passing out through the various different stories that came directly after while they were waiting for these robots to show up, we get to see this. We get to see that eventually they're able to beat these robots, but not in the way that they're able to stop these robots. So beating is one thing, stopping is another. So Goku beats Trunks, baby Trunks, for the first time. We finally get to learn that playing again. Okay, so moving forward, we get to learn that Trunks is Trunks, and Goku knew that Trunks is Trunks because Trunks told him that Bulma would have a kid, and she would name that kid Trunks, and his father would be Vegeta. So Goku knows that Vegeta is a father. Goku knows that his name is Trunks. Bulma's surprised at this. We get more context with regards to what's going on. Yamcha says he is surprised. Everyone thought Yamcha would be the father. Turns out it's not the case because Bulma and Yamcha used to date back in the days. So they automatically assumed that it would be Yamcha. That's not the case. While Yamcha is getting angry about it, and Talk says, well, we've been waiting here for quite some time. Yamcha is trying to distract the fact that, Bulma's with Vegeta. You know, he basically gave up on that. I don't think Yamcha is the type that even focus on that crap, to be honest with you. So he basically say, well, where are these robots? I don't have time to be waiting around for these robots all day. Could it be that this kid called Trunks from the future is lying and he's just bluffing? During that process of him saying this, an explosion happened in the sky, showing with these yellow lights as a representation of that explosion in the sky. As Yamcha is talking, that explosion is Yajirobe's ship exploding. The enemy that exploded Yajirobe's ship as he was taking off, or as he was going away, turns out to be two objects in the sky. The Z fighters automatically assume that those are the robots that they went into the city, and they all gave the same ridiculous face that Piccolo gave when Vegeta, or should I say, when Frieza showed up back to the party on Earth. That ridiculous, funny-looking face, like they were all surprised and all angry at the same time and shocked at the same time. They all think Yajirobe's full-on dead. He really isn't, because he's the comedy relief of the show. So he's never going to die. And they head off into the city. So moving on from that, the Z Fighter says, well, why didn't we sense them? Because of their ki. They don't have ki because they're robots. Robots don't need ki. The energy that a robot shoots out from its body, the energy that a robot expels from its body, and the energy that a robot uses to do something as simply as running is not energy that comes from life force or nature force or force at all, or energy that they develop through their bodies. The force and energy that a robot has is simply chemical based, mechanical based. So they won't be able to sense something that's non-human fashioned. So moving on from that, we get to see the two robots looking down on the city. So technically they landed in the city and they walked around the city, but then they decided to go into the sky to get a better bird's eye view of the city even more. And they get to see that Yamcha is walking around. They get to see that Krillin is walking around. They get to see that they get to see the Z Fighters walking around on their search for Goku. However, they don't see Goku because it's not within their vicinity at the moment. I believe Goku's at the west side of the city, while they're on the east side of the city. Or they're on the east and west. It doesn't really matter. They're not within the vicinity of Goku, so they don't see him yet. But they do see Krillin, and they do see Yamcha. And they do see Piccolo, I believe. I'm not sure about Piccolo either, but I'm sure about Yamcha and Krillin. So they see Krillin, Yamcha. They straight up KO'd Yamcha, pushing their hand through Yamcha's chest. Yamcha is only alive because you don't straight out die 100% if you are still breathing. Even you could have a hole in your chest if it didn't hit your heart directly, and if your heart is still beating, within just a few minutes you would eventually die. Or since they are Z fighters and you key, they will die in a few minutes. But I believe it was Goku, Gohan, or someone that could be Krillin himself that got to him fast enough in order to give him a senzu bean. And what senzu bean does, since I didn't speak on what a senzu bean is yet, a senzu bean is an actually object, a bean type object that's composed of a compressed life energy. So it's not just a piece of a fruit or a piece of a bean. Like a bean grows from something and it becomes like a gigantic tree or something. It's like compressed energy that's inside of a bean. And what this compressed energy inside of a bean does, it repairs dead cells and dead blood tissue at a dramatic rate. By what I mean by dramatic rate, I mean if one cell can be multiplied within less than a millisecond, imagine how long it would take for an entire organ to be developed within probably less than a minute. An entire organ that's completely destroyed could be developed and turned back to normal in less than a minute. Let's say 30 seconds, within just 30 seconds. An entire organ that's completely destroyed can be okay, you're fixed. That's how powerful a sensu being is. You could literally get your arm blown off, and within just a few seconds, the pain from bleeding out would be completely gone. And that's how powerful a sensu bean is. It cannot create a new arm for you, but what it can do, it can stop the bleeding and fix you up as long as you're fixed up. So in Yamcha's case, Yamcha might have got a hole through his chest, but as long as his organs are still operational to the level of still pumping, that hole can be fully repaired, as well as blood tissue, as well as muscles, as well as everything back to normal. If one side of the body is still intact and the other side of the body is still intact. So unless a part of the body is fully removed from the body, like an arm is fully removed from the arm, the senzu bean can fully repair it. So let's say, for example, a part of the arm was dangling off another part of the arm, but it wasn't completely chopped off. It was just dangling. So the bones were broken and the blood tissue and everything was completely torn, including the tendons. But if it's still dangling on the arm and some part of it is still attached to the upper arm, the whole arm is now fixed back to normal, including the bones and tendons, as long as a part of the body is attached to the bar. And that's what happened with Yamcha. Normally, he would have still had a hole in his body. The hole would be repaired, but the hole would still be there. Or certain parts of those bodies were still attached to each other. So the senzu bean could repair things as long as they're somewhat still operational and make them fully recovered. When you're exhausted and fully out of energy, all it simply do, if all your organs are working, is simply return the energy that you lost back to you and fully healed all damages and wounds. So the great part about senzu bean is the most clutch thing in history of anime to this date. It's basically called, you could basically call it Clutch 2.0. You know, you could basically make an anime out of the senzu bean. You could call it Senzu Bean 2.0, the movie, you know. And you just see people throughout various different movies just, you know, I just got blown up. Senzu Bean come in clutch. You know, I just fought this guy. I'm completely exhausted. Senzu Bean came in clutch. You know, I just, you know, got all my hair cut off. You know, and I'm just completely bald. Some ridiculous thing like that. Senzu Bean come in clutch. As long as I have a fiber of hair in my head, hair goes back. It's the most ridiculous like thing in all of anime history. It basically can repair you from completely from completely being destroyed to completely being fine one day. That said, moving on from that, we get to see Vegeta doing Vegeta's thing. He completely destroyed Android 19. I believe this is Android 19. rips off Android 19's arm, destroy Android 19, going Super Saiyan. The androids didn't count for Super Saiyan. They counted for Saiyans becoming super strong and excelling past their limits. But the androids and Dr. Gero didn't know anything about the Super Saiyan. They didn't know anything about the legend of the Super Saiyan, because the Super Saiyan and the legend of the Super Saiyan is something that's only passed on for people who lived on planet Vegeta, specifically the king of the planet and his prince. Those are the only people who truly knew about the Super Saiyan that passed down from generation to generation. And maybe there are other people, but those people are all dead due to the planet getting destroyed. Uh, maybe, maybe even Raditz knew about it, or Nappa knew about it, but they're both dead too. The point is, Gero didn't know anything about Super Saiyan legacy, or the legend of the Super Saiyan, or where or what is a Super Saiyan. He did not know about this, mythical thing that was on this planet, because how would he know? He's just a human. He only knows about Goku and what Goku is. He doesn't know about Goku's home planet. He doesn't know about their people. He knows nothing about him. He only knew about Goku. So when the androids start getting their ass kicked against Super Saiyan form of a Super Saiyan, they couldn't calculate the power, because the power was beyond everything that they were designed to do. However, the best part about this anime so far, while getting really hyped into it, is because even though Gero didn't know about the Super Saiyans, he accounted for Saiyans elevating beyond the capacity of rational human comprehension, or rational comprehension of anything, that even if that thing wasn't human. So he basically wanted to make things that were gods. So when these dudes were getting their ass kicked, Android 19 and Android 20, it turns out that they weren't the real threat. They weren't the real androids. Trunks went back in time, and Trunks' presence back in time altered certain things to a high degree. The original androids that were supposed to be released and creating havoc are supposed to have gotten out of their capsules, killed Dr. Gero, destroyed the lab, and then murked the entire Earth and conquered the Earth and went off into the galaxy and do the whole Freeza thing by themselves. Turns out, by Trunks showing back up in time, events changed. Two alternate androids came out, Android 19 and 20, and eventually, after 19 and 20 came out, Androids 17 and Androids 18 came out thereafterwards. And 17 and 18 are the true threat of the entire Android saga. The saga of the two creatures that destroyed Earth, that killed all the Z fighters, were called Android 17 and 18. These were the two gods of, the Dragon Ball Z universe for a time, before the real God show up. So basically, they were the gods. I would basically call them like embodiment of mechanical gods. They're like the Terminators of this world. Like if there were no human beings able to fight against, if there were no God human beings, or Captain America human beings, if human beings were just human beings, and the Terminator was to go back in time, to kill Sarah Connor, it would be something like that. Like, you would have to have guns, bazookas, tanks. You would have to need all that shit in order to stop the Terminator. And that's who these two were. If you have no superhero characters in your world, or someone like Goku in your world, you'll be asked out, because you would have to be fighting robots that, even trying to punch them in the face, you would shatter your entire arm. So that's what it would be like for, a Super Saiyan to fight them. Even if a Super Saiyan was to use all their strength and punch these guys, it would eventually do nothing to them, because they were basically considered gods, machine gods. So moving on from that, during Goku's fight with the androids 19 and androids 20, before Vegeta finished them off, or Vegeta finished 19 off, and Android 20 run for the hills to save his measly life, Goku eventually initiated his disease. This is a unique disease, which was true. What Trunks said about the future, that Goku died from disease, came to pass. The disease started to kick in. Goku started to, have internal pains in his chest where his heart is, and this disease started to feed on his heart. Um, it was very gross, but it never showed how it was feeding on his heart. It just showed that it was feeding on him. And this disease was basically something that came from uh, learning how to use the Super Saiyan's powers under stressful conditions. It could be that Goku, when he first became a Super Saiyan, and the anime never said it, I don't believe the manga even said it too, that because he became a Super Saiyan on planet Namek, that was what initiated disease. Because if it was simply to initiate and become a Super Saiyan, the whole time when Vegeta was on planet Earth as a Super Saiyan, training to become a Super Saiyan, then becoming a Super Saiyan, he would eventually get the disease as well. But that's not the case. It turns out that he became Super Saiyan and defeated Android 19, but never got the disease. But Goku got the disease because it's assumed, not 100% confirmed, that that disease either came about either through Goku pushing his body to a certain limit that Vegeta never did in order to excel and get power quicker than Vegeta did in order to get Super Saiyan, through rage that initiated Super Saiyan, that initiated the disease, or it was the planet for which he initiated Super Saiyan that caused it. The nature, the atmosphere that he was breathing and the air that he was breathing combined with the fact that he became Super Saiyan from that energy initiated that disease. That it was unnatural how he became Super Saiyan on that planet. Basically say his level of Super Saiyan, how he attained it, was purely through rage, which basically was purely through a negative form of evolution, for which the reason why the disease kicked off. But it was never stated how he got the disease in comparison. It could have been Goku's years of battle that initiated his disease, unique only to Goku, and it has nothing to do with Super Saiyan. Could have been that this dude just decided to develop cancer all of a sudden. It's just something that happens amongst Super Saiyan every now and again. It could have been a random dude on his planet that could have caught a disease, and maybe he has a disease that maybe there's a disease on their planet, just like cancer, that only a few of them get every now and again. And maybe that's that disease that Goku got, a disease that comes natural to Saiyans. Not every Saiyans get it, but he has it. So Goku, on his recovery from that disease, eventually initiated certain events as well. Android 17 basically crushed Dr. Jiro's robot Dr. Jiro's head. The rebellion starts, the rebel against their creator, and the destruction of the planet Earth starts now. Basically, 17 and 18 exit the lab, look around on planet Earth. They say this planet ain't much of anything to even attempt to destroy, but since Dr. Jiro created us to destroy everything and to become the most powerful thing, we're going to look for things around on this planet that are more powerful than, or supposedly more powerful than us. We're going to destroy it. Then we're going to destroy this measly planet. Then we're going to move on to the next planet. So these dudes don't even give a shit about the planet they're on. They're nothing like Frieza. They don't care about conquest. They only care about destruction and things that are equal to their strength. That's all they care about. They don't care about conquest. They don't care about fair. They don't care about ruling. They care about nothing other than destroying. They're living incarnations of a bomb. Like if you were to create a bomb and to a bomb, talk. How are you doing, sir? That's all I need you to do. I need you to communicate. I need you to make calculated assessment, and I need you to be a bomb at the same time. Okay, sir, I'm going to go and kill everyone because that's what I'm programmed to do. That's what they are. They don't care about anything other than being the strongest. They don't care about ruling. They don't care about fair. They are like the Terminator. They're simply created to do a job. But they're like broken versions of the Terminator. They're like Skynet. Screw who created us. We're in charge. That's who they are. They're like walking Skynets. So they decide to fight the Saiyans. And simply because they are like walking Skynets, they believe that they are alive. It's so funny whenever I see them Android 18 fighting Vegeta, it always bring me back to Skynet. And I imagine Skynet fighting Vegeta, and I said to myself, "Wait, what if Skynet was fighting Vegeta? Would Skynet behave like this?" Yes, Skynet would behave exactly like this. Skynet would think it's very much alive. Skynet would think was very much an individual. Skynet would decide whether he wants to be a man or whether he wants to be a woman or whether he wants to be both. Skynet would think of itself as a girl. It's like simply because it's in the form of a robot which it created to be a girl, and would hate that you would try to mess up her hair. Skynet won't consider itself to be a digital entity. It will always consider itself to be self-aware and a sentient being. And in all truth, I believe Android 18 and 17 were originally designed to be programmed cyborgs to do a job, but because they broke out of that state of mind due to the complexity of their design and the technology, and they were supposed to be excelled past the level of AI. They were supposed to have some sense of independence equal to that of a Saiyan. They eventually became self-aware, and being self-aware, they became sentient beings. So I believe Android 17 and 18 were sentient beings, that they were nothing like the other Android. They weren't like Android 19. They weren't like Android 20. They weren't like Android 16 or 15 or 14 or 13. They were meant to be the first of all androids created to be sentient beings, to be self-aware and to be independent. They were designed to be human in every form of the word, to be their own type of creature. Is very weird when I think about it. Every time I go back and I see Android 17 and 18, these people were designed to be able to, create their own goddamn children. They were designed to be able to bring life into this world from themselves. When Krillin married Android 18, it's so freaking weird. Like, he's able to, do it with a freaking android, and she's able to give birth to a child. How is that possible? Because Jiro was a weirdo. That's how that's possible. Jiro wanted to create something that was beyond human, that was beyond machine, that was beyond that of a Saiyan. He basically wanted to create a different type of entity that existed in the universe. So when he created 17 and 18, he decided to he wanted to create individual deities that exist amongst people. Deities that weren't locked into just being machine type or human type. They were 17 and 18 were very much like flesh and blood human beings, but their flesh and blood was internal, while the external was very much machine-like. Whatever 17 and 18 was, they weren't meant to be just androids. Even though this is the Android Saga and they're androids, they were the only two that were meant to be not like androids. In all truth, I believe Dr. Jiro wanted to have kids and wanted children. That's why amongst all the other androids, they're the only two that were teenagers. They were meant to be independent and brash and outspoken and not be bound by the logic of what they were calculated to be. So he wanted them to be this way. He wanted them to defy the logic of what is human, what is robot, what is life. And he chose these two to be both opposites of the species, both a man and both a woman. Why? I don't know why. He just wanted them to be individuals. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wanted them to mass produce in a different way than normal human giving birth. Maybe he wanted these robots to develop more robots, develop more androids. That makes more sense. To develop more androids through finding human beings or finding Saiyans. I'm not going to even go into that weird ass territory, but they weren't designed to be normal anyway. They were designed to be able to destroy and take down anything that got into their way, and eventually all that other weird stuff that happened with them later on in later years due to Jiro's weird behavior and weird nature. That's something for another day. Here, this is the Android Saga. Here, this is Android 17, 18 getting in the mix of combat, kicking the Z Fighters' ass, uh, almost killing Vegeta. Vegeta almost died by 18. He got his arm broke by 18. 18 laughed at him and says, "You're a piece of shit. Like you're so conceited, think you're prince of nothing. Here, this is what you're prince of: a broken arm." Broke his arm. Kicked his ass afterwards. After he broke his arm, literally kicked his ass. Like, no, I don't think she actually kicked him in the ass. I think she kicked him in the face directly after breaking his arm. Um, and then Vegeta went away, head stuck between his legs, running away, like he typically does when he can't beat someone. But he doesn't really run away. That's not his nature. It's more like, I gotta run away or else I'm gonna die here. That's his type of running away. So eventually on the story, we see Trunks discovering that another ship is within a forest somewhere. He found it. He found that a huge explosion happened inside the ship. He then found like this creature, this snail type creature, that came from the ship. It's a giant-sized beetle-like creature, came from the ship. He doesn't know what it is, and he's starting to realize that when he came back in time to tell Goku about the androids, that he altered time with androids. Moving forward from that, we get to see Piccolo show up to the party. Now far more powerful than he ever was before. He fused with Kami, and by fusing with Kami, he's able to get the powers of a god. Kami is the god of Earth, whereas King Kai is the god of our galaxy or of our solar system. There are various different levels of God within Dragon Ball Z. I think King Kai is the god of our galaxy, where Kami is the god of our planet and our solar system, something like that. But he gets the power equal to that of a god. So Piccolo is more like now on the level of a demigod, power of a god and the power of whatever species. He fused with the power of the strength and power of the Namekian people, fusing with nails to become strong enough to fight Freezer, and now the power of a god itself, Earth, Earth's god, and by doing so, he's able to defeat this new creature, and this new creature is called Cell. Obviously, his name means exactly what it is. His entire cell structure is designed to compress energy and to absorb energy and to expel energy and to blast, or to compress to a level to make every single part of his body a living titan. So it turns out that Dr. Juro didn't stop with just Android 17 and 18 to be unique beings beyond anything of the androids. He created one other thing, and just in case the android failed in their attempts to do what they were supposed to do, he created his final backup. And his final backup was his last spit at Goku and his last spit at humanity before he dies. You could basically say that this thing that he developed, he knew 100%, 1000%, but if this thing ever come into being powerful, it will obliterate the entire planet. I'm not talking about just destroying things on the planet. I'm talking about it would destroy the planet. It would break the planet in half, and the planet would go bye-bye. Like completely bye-bye, go supernova. Like if this thing ever becomes powerful, the whole planet will go supernova. And he designed specifically this character to be this powerful, to get to that level, because he knew that if Super Saiyan were as, or Saiyans, any Saiyans were as powerful as he believed them to be, they will eventually grow in power so much that it would be impossible to stop them. So in his confusion, or in his insanity, and in his belief that if I am wrong with my calculations, this is basically me pretending to be Jiro. If I am wrong within my calculations, then that means that these characters, these Saiyans, can make their energy grow and grow and grow far beyond the capacity to just destroy the planet. That they could grow and their power could grow enough to destroy an entire solar system with one blast if they become strong enough. So he decided to make his final spit at Goku and create an entity that's able to do such a thing if he was wrong about their calculations. So he kind of knew, Jiro kind of knew that the power of Saiyans might go beyond even his comprehension. So he kind of knew this, even though he didn't know this. But he kept this as a failsafe, just in case his calculations were wrong with regards to Saiyans. And it turns out that that was the case. You see, in the future, once 17 and 18 finally defeated everything on the planet and defeated all the Z fighters, he decided to release his character called Cell in order to harness 17 and 18 and fuse them within his body in order to go off into the galaxy and conquer the universe with this newfound power. Dr. Gero was very much a lunatic, beyond lunatic. He already knew that the Earth would be destroyed, but he knew that if a being like Goku exists, then he needs to be able to destroy an entire planet and an entire species, or every other species within the universe, to be able to make sure that his creation is beyond and the number one superior of all things within the universe. So Jiro's very much gone bye-bye in the head long time ago. He very much went bye-bye in the head long time ago. So doing so, 17 and 18 went on their deeds, looking for Goku. Eventually, Cell got enough energy to consume 17. So while 17 was driving, and while 16 was with them, 18 was with them in their search for Goku, eventually 17 got into combat with Piccolo. Piccolo was eventually kicked 17's ass, but 17 eventually kicked Piccolo's ass. And while they were fighting, Cell came up behind 17 by surprise attack, consumed him. After consuming him, fought against 18. After fighting against 18, after consuming 17, 18 was of no match whatsoever, kicked 18's ass, consumed 18, and finally became the perfect Cell. And this is the beginning of a new stage within Dragon Ball Z. Now, normally you would say, well, it's not a new stage, it's just the same old, same old. You know, new powerful enemies, one to become the greatest of all times, blah, 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 same story. What I'm saying is that how the story was executed. Yes, there will always be a guy who wants you have to overtop from being the most powerful. But how the story was executed. It's not the guy itself and his power, but how the story is executed in order to do so. So the first arc was Raditz. The second arc was Vegeta. But that was all about the simple just taking down the bad guys. Then things changed once Freeza Saga happened. Because Freeza Saga wasn't simply about taking down a bad guy who's just trying to rule the world. It's taking down a bad guy who simply was, a dictator type. It wasn't simply about ruling, that was his thing. It was about being the most all-powerful being of the universe, and that everything regards to suffering that came before, the history of Dragon Ball Z, the history of the Namekians, the history of the Saiyans, the history of other cultures and other species, came to a final conclusion with Frieza, because you finally get to see the tyrant that was the person that held down and destroyed multiple different species in multiple different planets and solar system throughout the galaxy. Finally getting defeated by Goku, getting his ass handed to him. That closed out one half of the chapter of the Dragon Ball Z world. The next half of the Dragon Ball Z universe fell on the Cell Saga, and the Cell Saga, or should I say the Cell arc, is the true second part of Dragon Ball Z. Yes, Android Saga was simply its own arc within between that of Frieza and between that of Cell arc. But between Frieza's arc and Cell arc, those were the two huge mountains to overcome within the Dragon Ball Z universe before the story of Dragon Ball Z come to an end. So we are now at the second zenith throughout the entire Dragon Ball Z franchise. And the second zenith is the last zenith that Goku and the Z fighters have to overcome in order to get to that final conclusion. And it's truly true defeating Cell. It only is truly true defeating Cell that someone like Goku and someone like Gohan were able to defeat a creature that showed up later on in Dragon Ball Z, like Majin Buu. Now, Majin Buu is the third spike, but I don't really consider Majin Buu to be that third final zenith mountain, even though Majin Buu is far stronger than Cell, and Majin Buu is far more powerful than Frieza. I consider the two most highest peak within Dragon Ball Z universe to be that of Cell and to be that of Frieza, because it was those two highest peak was what truly defined Dragon Ball Z and made Dragon Ball Z popular enough for Dragon Ball Z Super to even happen. Without Dragon Ball Z Freeza Saga, without Dragon Ball Z Cell Saga, Dragon Ball Z Super would not have existed. Buu Saga was not enough for Dragon Ball Z Super Saga to continue, or the manga to continue. It was truly Cell's story. It was truly Frieza's story that made the Dragon Ball Z universe continue into the Super universe. Because why? Freeza Saga was about Goku. That's the reason why. Cell Saga was about Gohan. That's the reason why. Buu Saga wasn't about anyone's individual journey. Buu Saga was simply about survival. And because of those individual journeys of Cell and Frieza, and showing that everything that was set up since episode 1 of Dragon Ball Z led to the moment of Frieza, led to the moment of Cell. Truly, that is great story writing, because truly that was what was happening. Everything that you saw with regards to Gohan beating Frieza's ass in the Freeza Saga led to the Cell Saga. And everything you saw in Goku fighting against Raditz led to fighting against Frieza, beating Frieza's ass. Everything from episode 1 to episode 2 to episode 3, all those events, all those reveals before fighting Raditz led to the existence of Frieza getting knocked off the totem pole, and led to the existence of Cell getting knocked off the totem pole, and led to the franchise itself becoming and going beyond its capacity to be limited or to be knocked off its totem pole itself. Yes, Buu Saga was important because Buu Saga is necessary to show that the franchise can go on beyond its main two protagonists, or its main protagonist Goku, and all the other protagonists, the secondary protagonists, and its secondary characters that are part of the Z Fighters. That the saga of Dragon Ball Z can live on long after it's no longer about the Z Fighters. So Cell and Frieza were the two peaks that were necessary towards the existence of the Dragon Ball Z franchise moving forward. So with that said, we get to see the hero of the Dragon Ball Z universe, and the one that stewarded the age of Dragon Ball Z to become the age of Dragon Ball Z Super, Gohan. Doing so, we get to see Cell fighting for the first time. Everyone got their ass kicked. That's all I gotta say. So much so they ran with their heads stuck between their tails, and they head off to the hyperbolic time chamber, which is a time chamber that extends the years that you would fight in normal lifetime to just a few days. So if you stayed in a hyperbolic time chamber for about a few months, you're basically making a few years that appear in a few days to turn out like a few years appear in a few months. So if you stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for about a month, you're basically staying in the hyperbolic time chamber training for about a year, or a few days equal to a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. So if you're staying in hyperbolic time chamber for about a month, you're basically staying in the hyperbolic time chamber for years within a month. So I guess an entire 4 years or 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber is equal to that of maybe a week or two. Moving forward from that, they become super strong. They excel past the level of Super Saiyan, and they became Super Saiyan 2. So Goku became Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta became Super Saiyan 2. Trunks became Super Saiyan 2. And they finally decided to show up to the party to fight Cell for a second time. That said, moving on from that, we get to see a new character to the Dragon Ball Z universe that show up. I believe he showed up later on within the Dragon Ball Z universe. There was no example of him before. He only showed up during the Cell Saga. So his name is Hercules. At least in the English version, he's called Hercules. And the Japanese one, he's called Mr. Satan. And I would say that correctly, Mr. Satan. Not Satan, Satan. That's his name. That's the name I'll call him. That's the name he was given. That's the name he's... And yes, basically, the English version of Mr. Satan is Mr. Satan. So that's his name, Mr. Satan. English version, he's called Satan. But he's not really Satan. He's not really evil. He's just an idiot. But it doesn't sound good when you say it in English, calling him Satan. It sounds more awesome when you say it in Japanese, Mr. Satan. So Mr. Satan gets his ass kicked. Or he didn't even get his ass. He was more like he got a slap across the face and he got kicked out of the way. Because he's the dumbest human being on planet Earth. Well, he's not really the dumbest human being on planet Earth. But he's the dumbest human being on planet Earth with regards to what's going on. He thinks this is all a joke. He thinks these people are super strong, are all pretending, or they're using tricks to do the deeds that they're doing. And he is the most strongest human being on planet Earth. This guy could basically pull cars and trucks behind him. You know, like he could probably run with a car attached to him, easy, or a truck attached to him, and he could run for about a good mile, easy. So this guy is extremely extremely super strong. You know, this is like, how would I say this? This is like Mr. Universe. You know, the greatest bodybuilder, the current greatest bodybuilder in the Mr. Universe competition. You know, multiplied by 10. You know, a guy that could literally pull like 7 trucks by himself. Straining, yes, but still be able to pull 7 trucks. Trucks, not, you know, buses, like big boy trucks. You know, 18-wheelers. The whole thing, that and the trailer, tractor and the trailer together. 7 of them. This guy is extremely strong for a human being. Not at all normal dude. And he inherited this extremely strong behavior through many years, I would say many years of bloodline passed down from him, from the strongest human being that was on planet Earth, to the strongest human being passed down from his genetics, from him to him to him to him, till it got to Mr. Satan. So basically, he's basically come from an alpha bloodline. His father was super strong and the strongest man on the planet, and his father passed that super strong, strongest man on the planet to him, who became stronger than his father. He's just basically the strongest human being on planet Earth. However, the strongest human being on planet Earth doesn't really mean shit, because if one hit from one of the Z fighters catch him across his face and he goes flying, then it means you really ought to get the hell out the way, Mr. Satan. You're going to die here. If these guys even decide to even hit you hard enough. I truly mean this. Like, this guy had no idea what he was getting into. If they really wanted to murk them, they would have murked him a long time ago. If the people who created the manga and anime wanted to kill off this guy, just to use him as an example of the incompetence of human logic to think that human beings are great, you know. Let's say if this guy decided to push a nuke button and send a nuke flying at Cell. Yeah, he would die by getting his neck not even broken, or the enemy would just use his power to break his neck by just staring at him, and then all of a sudden your neck is broken. And then that nuke would have basically not even go off. he would probably just Cell would just probably disassemble the entire, you know, nuke itself while it was midair, and it would just fall to the ground like it's a toy that you drop from out of your hands onto the floor. That's all. Nullifying the energy inside like it was nothing. Like he just basically created Kool-Aid and put it in Kool-Aid inside of a toy rocket. Something like that. So the Z fighters show up to Cell's little battle. Cell decided to create like his own personal tournament to torment the Z fighters. You know, to basically wave his hand in a weak fashion, saying that they're weaklings. I'm gonna create the tournament that you guys love so much. You're gonna get to fight me one on one. I really can kill all of you in a heartbeat if I want, but I'm gonna humor you since you guys are so fascinated with this tournament stuff. So he decided to create this tournament to show who are the strongest fighters to come to fight him. Just to humor the Z fighters. He already know that Goku's the strongest of them. So he just doing this to you know, get a rise out of Goku. He's not interested in the other Z fighters, not even in Vegeta. He just doing this to get a rise out of Goku. He knows it's gonna piss off Goku. But to me, when Cell looks at Goku, it's like when you're looking at yourself in the mirror when you had a bad night out from nothing but drinking. You know, who is this person? I hate this person. I wish this person was dead. You really are looking at yourself. So Cell is like the bad version of the person you would stare in the mirror when you wake up in the morning from a hangover. You know, the opposite of yourself you wish you could undo. It's like, so they're two. He's considers Goku to be himself, you know. And if I could do anything to piss off myself, I would do it. And so the whole time when Mr. Satan was having his conversation, or when Vegeta was having his conversation, when Krillin and everyone was talking about the competition, the moment Goku showed up to the match, they kept staring at each other the whole time. The whole damn time they were staring at each other, because they knew that Goku or Cell knew that Goku and himself were the only two people that mattered in the entire universe. They only saw themselves because they knew that out of the entire universe, or in the people who are in this room, the most powerful people in the room, that they were the only two people that were the most powerful people in the room. No one else mattered. Um, that aside, moving forward from that, we get to the next scene. We get to see, I believe Cell just waved his hand, not even to swat him, Mr. Satan's way. He just waved his hand like you would wave your hand to point in the direction, to give direction to someone to go, yo, do you need to go to this place? Yes, this is the direction you go. I believe he only lifted his hand to like you would lift your hand to swat a fly, or you to point in the direction for someone. He lifted his hand. Mr. Satan went flying. His jaws is killing him. He didn't even try to hit Mr. Satan. It was more like, swatting a fly. You don't use a lot of energy when you try to swat a fly. With a fly swatter, you only use like a percentage of your energy. So only a percentage of his energy was used to make Mr. Satan go flying, which is to me is very surprising, because even using a percentage of your energy is like lifting, I don't know, like 1/4 of a bottle of water. That's how much energy you would need to, in order to hit a fly and swat a fly. It's equal to the amount of energy to just lift a empty cup of coffee, or just an empty cup itself. Is the amount of energy to pick up an empty cup itself would be the amount of energy you would need to swat a fly, which is to the count of Mr. Satan. Even to you pick up something that's that light, like a cup, is benefit towards Mr. Satan. Normally, a person would, even a cell, one cell within Cell's body is strong enough to, kill an entire human being. A cell, just a cell in his body. Or let's give a human being the benefit of doubt. Even a finger of Cell is stronger than the entire body of a human being. A finger, not even a finger, because the finger of a Saiyan is stronger than the entire body of a human. Even a pinky, the pinky finger, the weakest finger on the hand, is stronger than the entire body of a human being. So for Mr. Satan to survive against even the pinky finger of Cell, or the entire hand of just swatting because you need more than a pinky finger and another finger to pick up a cup of coffee, or just to pick up a coffee cup. Just for Cell to use his entire hand just to make Mr. Satan go flying shows how powerful Mr. Satan is for a human being anyway. Anyone else would have got their head exploded, or their entire body would have just crumbled in a heartbeat. They're dead on the spot. They wouldn't have even gone flying. They would have just exploded if it was a normal human being. So during this fight, we get to see Goku going at a speed beyond that of light, fighting Cell. While there, another thing I love about this anime, the use of eyes to represent speed is phenomenal. The use of sound to represent the fighting is phenomenal. The use of effects and sound effects to represent the fight is phenomenal. So above every other anime that exists, Dragon Ball Z use sound, use use movement of body, use movement of eyes, use movement of emotion, use and sound effects to emphasize things greatly. These characters don't need to move their head, move their arms, or even their bodies. Just their eyes need to move to show the amount of intensity within the battle itself. The sound, the sound and music of the anime and the movement of their eyes is all that is needed to show the intensity of the battle. So much so that this was emphasized later on in Naruto anime, and also it emphasized later on in One Piece anime in future episodes of One Piece and Naruto. They decided to take the idea that was used in Dragon Ball Z when it comes to fighting, in order to emphasize that intensity of a battle by just using the eyes itself. First created and used in Dragon Ball Z universe. So Goku fights Cell. Cell fights Goku. The fight emphasis goes on within the arena. Cell destroys the arena. Goku and Cell are now fighting outside the arena because Cell is saying, is this too hard for you, Goku? Maybe if I remove the arena, it makes it easier for you to fight me. In all truth, he didn't want to fight Goku in the arena. It's all about humoring Goku, making Goku feel that Goku is strong. He knows that that the Saiyans can make themselves stronger, and he knows now about the Super Saiyan. But it doesn't matter, because even though he knows they can make themselves stronger, he has a secret within him, and that secret that not even Goku and the none of the Goku and none of the Z fighters know, not even Android 17 and 18, no one knows except him and Dr. Gero, is that he has the blood cells of all the Z fighters. And by having the blood cell of Goku, he knows how much Goku can evolve based on simply Goku's DNA. He literally has Goku DNA inside of his genes. So he understands that Goku can get far more powerful than he is, and he's humoring this behavior because he knows, because he has that DNA, he knows he could go far beyond where he is. So eventually Goku gets pummeled and destroyed by Cell after Cell starts to get serious, and he says, enough of this humor. Boom, boom, boom. Goku's out of the picture. Goku then says, you think I'm done? Let me send in my son called Gohan. Gohan shows up to the party. Gohan jumps in. Boom, Gohan starts kicking ass. Eventually, Cell starts going backwards, starts taking off guard. Gohan gets a few hits in. Cell says, don't get cocky, run. Cell kicks his ass. But then Gohan reminds Cell during their fight that if he gets too angry to the level that he cannot control his energy, it will explode out of him, and he won't be able to consciously make conscious decisions, because his energy that's sleeping within him, like this dark messiah or something, is very much in control of him when he's when he gets to a certain anger level. And it's only him and only him alone, Gohan and Gohan's personality and will alone, and being the son of Goku, is he able to control this dark force within him. Or just not, it's not even a dark force, it's not like it's evil thing, It's just like this energy, explosive energy, but it doesn't take sides. It doesn't take this dark side. It doesn't take the light side of the force. The energy that's within Gohan is beyond that of the dark side and beyond that of the light side. It's not kin to anything. It's a void of energy. Void, and emphasizing it doesn't take allegiance. It's just uh, an energy pool that just gives him energy limitlessly. So Gohan warning Cell of this. Cell says, you know, I don't believe it. He's like, I don't believe it. Gohan then tells him about killing Raditz or defeating Raditz, knocking Raditz out, and then Raditz coming through, and then Raditz dying by the hands of his father after Raditz getting weaker. Um, it then tells him of the story of Cell, cold clocking Cell, and kicking his ass for a time, which weakening Cell in order for Cell to take, I mean, in order for Frieza to take on his final form. Um, and then Cell basically saying, well, that's a funny story, it's amusing. Let's test that theory. And he decided to tell his little Cell Juniors, which he finally decided to create. So in order to test this theory, that Gohan basically says that if he gets to a strength, he'll go beyond. He tests this theory by creating little versions of himself, mini cells for that example. And I will call these mini cells Cell Juniors because that's what they're called, Cell Juniors. So he created these mini versions of himself, made these mini versions of himself attack the Z fighters, attack Goku, even though Goku is weakened from fighting Cell. And they basically pummel Goku to the ground, pummel Piccolo to the ground, pummel Yamcha to the ground, pummel Tenshinhan to the ground, pummel Krillin to the ground, and yeah, basically everybody's getting their ass kicked. Um, it doesn't really matter. They cannot beat Gohan. So Gohan basically said, "Well, you asked for this," and so when he became Super Saiyan 2, actually no. Now I think about it, I basically said Goku and Vegeta and Trunks went Super Saiyan 2. They never really went Super Saiyan 2. Now that I think about it, they never did. They never went Super Saiyan 2. So I'm correcting myself right now. I always assumed when they went into the hyperbolic time chamber that they went Super Saiyan 2, but they never did. Uh, they went Super Saiyan 1.5. They never got to 2. They went to Super Saiyan 1.5. They never reached 2. Maybe they even went to Super Saiyan 1.8 or 1.9, but they never got to Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 is beyond the level of Super Saiyan 1. It's basically tripling down on what Super Saiyan 1 is. So if a dude could curl, like I said, use it before when fighting a Cell, if a dude could curl like 3,000 pounds within one arm as a regular Saiyan and curl like 30,000 pounds in one arm as a Super Saiyan, well, Super Saiyan 2 is basically triple that of a regular Super Saiyan, or double that of regular Super Saiyan, maybe not even triple. So this dude can now curl 60,000 pounds within one arm. So that's 60 tons of pressure in one arm. So it doesn't really matter how powerful Cell is, even though he can curl more than that with one arm, or have more energy within one arm than that. I believe it was never stated within this anime, but this dude can pocket Super Saiyan 3 level of energy within his body, um, without going Super Saiyan level 3. It's strange to me that what this force that Goku, or should I say, this force that Gohan has within his body, has never been defined, even to this day. Even in Dragon Ball Z Super came out, it's never truly defined what this power is, where it come from, where it originated from. It was just described as this well of energy. And if he has this well of energy or well of power that could keep feeding power to him, it doesn't matter if a person goes Super Saiyan 3 and becomes more powerful than him, or there are more enemies far more powerful than that of Cell. If he has a well of energy that he could always tap into, he could get more powerful than any other enemy without getting to Super Saiyan 3. Or maybe this power that he has, Super Saiyan 2, is not just Super Saiyan 2. It's Super Saiyan 2.5. That he's getting close to Super Saiyan 3, but the anime never shows Super Saiyan 3 because he hasn't crossed over yet. That he's around the boundaries of Super Saiyan 3, maybe down by 1 or 2 points from becoming Super Saiyan 3. Because the more strong you get with Super Saiyan power, the longer your hair becomes, the longer and more spikier your hair becomes. So that's what happened with Gohan. His hair is far more higher, far more spiky. I would call this Super Saiyan 2.5. So maybe he's more powerful than, maybe he's double more powerful than double Super. He's not exactly at 3 times powerful than a Super Saiyan, but he's definitely at beyond that of 2 times more powerful than a Super Saiyan. Now that I think about it, because if he has that well of energy, then it's beyond that of just becoming Super Saiyan 2.0. Because he has a well of power to tap into to become even more stronger than that. So if this fight with Cell had continued, if Cell was more powerful than he was, um, Goku would be able to tap in and become Super Saiyan 3 during the Cell fight. Or should I say, Gohan would be able to tap into the power and go beyond the Cell fight. And finally, the reveal Super Saiyan 3 would have been revealed in the Cell Saga rather than in the Majin Buu Saga. So moving on from that, Gohan kills the Cell Juniors, decide to fight Cell on the power level field, and realizing he couldn't stop Cell because what happened after kicking Cell's ass, Cell is destroyed completely. Everybody thinks he's dead. He comes back to life by using Piccolo's regenerative powers and using the technology connected to Piccolo's regenerative powers and basically come back from the dead. And once he came back from the dead, his first priority was to destroy one of Gohan's arm or damage his arm to the level that he could only use one arm when fighting Cell. So Gohan is now using his entire body's power in Super Saiyan 2 form to fight Cell. And since Cell is now being revived to his full power, and knowing that Gohan is now one arm less, there is now a power match within using the entire power of the Super Saiyan body versus a guy who's come back from the dead with his full max capacity power. But it's not something as simple as that. See, once he fought Gohan to his Super Saiyan 2 level, he took some of Gohan's cell on death and fused it within his body in order to absorb that energy from that fight. And then he used some of that power in order to make himself more powerful. So now he's not only fighting using all the Z Fire's power and fully revived, he's absorbed some of Gohan's power in order to use against Gohan to kill him. So that said, that didn't work out. Turns out that that wall of energy that Gohan has, it's scary because he could literally dig into that wall of energy, and it does not matter what type of enemy he's fighting. It doesn't even matter if you steal his energy that's within your body to calculate and to make yourself stronger, like what Cell did, and then go far beyond your capacity to become perfect in whatever form that you're in. In this case, let's say Majin Buu was to steal it. It wouldn't matter because Gohan has this sleeping power force that lies within him. That's an entity. I said this thing before. This power that keeps void power that keeps giving him energy, this well of energy that he could just dig into, is a life force that he could simply use over and over and over and tap into again. That it multiplies every time he becomes stronger. So every time Gohan becomes stronger, that energy can be dug up to acquire more energy. and to acquire even more energy and more energy. It's not simply a matter of becoming strong and gaining more energy. It's a matter of becoming strong and gaining more energy and sucking up more energy from that well, a vast amount. So Cell eventually gets destroyed by a dude just one arm, off guard, because he had to be taken off guard. But even being taken off guard, Gohan pulls out the vast amount of energy he had from that well, blasts him away using all his strength, all his power. Cell, unable to fully comprehend what's happening, thought he had the battle down packed, gets blasted away, destroyed away, vaporized down to his very cells, which is, knock on wood. Um, Battle is over. Gohan, completely exhausted, probably won't wake up for days on end. Android 18 has been found. Android 17 also is on the battlefield. But no one seemed to give a shit about Android 17, so they just left them there. And Krillin decides to take off with Android 18. It makes no sense, man. I don't understand. I still don't understand the whole thing between Krillin and Android 18. I mean, I understand it from Krillin's point of view. He always wanted a girlfriend. But why does it have to be a robot? It's weird. So that's the only weird thing I would ever found within the Dragon Ball Z universe, or Dragon Ball itself. Like, this dude fell in love with a robot. So that's about the only weird thing. Pushing on forward, we now go from the Cell Saga into the Majin Buu Saga. And the Majin Buu Saga, I'll try to make this one quick. We now see years down the road, 10 years down the road. Is it 10 years? No, it's not 10 years. 5 years down the road. 5 or 6 years down the road. Gohan is now in high school. He's a high school student. He's going to high school. And little baby born Goten, that was born within the time period of Cell Saga, has now gone from a little baby to a 6-year-old boy, 6 or 7-year-old boy. So I believe it's been 7 years. 7 years total. I think Gohan is 7. I mean, Goten is 7. And Trunks is 7 years old as well. They're both the same age. Or Trunks is about a year older. I think Trunks is 1 year older than Goten. So Trunks is 8, Goten is 7. And that means Gohan is, when he fought Cell, he was about 12 years old or something like that. No, he was about 11 or 12. Not sure. It's about 11 or 12. Probably 11. Could be 12. So Goten is 7, 18. Yeah, I think no, that can't be right because he's in high school. So Gohan was probably 10 years old when he fought Cell. Yeah, he's 10. He was 10 when he fought Cell. So he couldn't be 11 or 12 because if he was 11 or 12, he would have graduated high school already. So he was 10 years old when he fought Cell. And this is about 6 or 7 years down the road. So he should be 16 or 17 years old. I believe the oldest described to him is he's 17 years old. So he's skipped past his first year of high school, and he's a transfer student, obviously, because he have already passed his first year of high school. And I believe he's a junior in high school now, at the age of 17. He's either a junior or 18 years old, or a senior, because Gohan has received nothing but home training. So it's assumed that Gohan is either a junior or a senior in high school after he got transferred to Mr. Satan's high school. Yes, in the future, they made a school dedicated to Mr. Satan. And in that school, Mr. Satan's daughter, which is the girl over here, face is not fully shown, or maybe her face is fully shown based on this grid. Her name is Videl. And Videl is like a questionable little girl that is curious about Gohan and curious about Goku and curious about Goku's family, because there's something not right about him. Something is not right about his power level and his power. Eventually get to see the entire family of Dragon Ball becomes a family of Dragon Ball Z to become a family of Dragon Ball Z 2.0, or if you want to call it 2.0. And this is what I'll call Dragon Ball Z 2.0, because it goes from Dragon Ball Z
into the next phase of Dragon Ball Z, which was the Cell Saga slash Android Saga. And then it goes into a final phase of Dragon Ball Z, which is the Majin Buu Saga. So it jumps a couple of years. It jumps from the years from when he first went from Kid Goku to older Goku, and that's when Z started. Then it jumps from the period from when he fought Raditz, Freeza, Cell, to the period of the Cell Saga, which a couple of years passed as well. During the fight with androids, about 3 years passed. During the fight with Cell, a couple of years passed as well. And those years keep adding. So a time period skip between that of Frieza and Cell happens. And a time period skip between that of Cell and Majin Buu also happens. A vast amount of skip greater than that of Frieza and Cell. So Gohan is now a teen, and everything happens. He calls himself the superhero Saiyan Man, hiding his secret identity, taking down criminals. The dumbest thing ever. He's one of the most lamest character in all Dragon Ball Z history, because the people and the showrunners who created, or should I say, the manga artists who created the character, decided to make Saiyan Man, that's his name, Saiyan Man, lame. And they wanted him to be lame because that was the intention, to make Gohan, who was the hero that saved the world from Cell, have a lame ass persona called Sandman. Even the kids think he's lame. He's like, this guy's a dork and a loser. Yeah, he is not a hero. I mean, he is a hero, but he's the lamest hero in all existence. So I like that. The story of Dragon Ball Z gives even more context. It knows how to go up and it knows how to go down. It knows how to keep the audience in suspense. It knows how to give context and how to make things silly and how to make things serious, all in all in one anime. Yeah, so if this anime wants to go goofy, it could go goofy. If this anime wants to get serious, it could get really serious. If the anime wants to get dark, it could go dark, really dark. If the anime wants to, go light, it could go light. If this anime wants to go family, it goes family. Brotherhood, it goes brotherhood. This anime is all of those things. Moving forward from that, we get to see Goten fly around using his chi powers. Um, Videl learned the chi powers with Gohan, and she gets to learn how they were able to fly during their fight with Cell, and she learned this from Gohan. But she, at this moment, she still doesn't know that they actually defeated Cell. She just knew that his father was present there, but he doesn't know that Gohan was the person present there. But she kind of figured that Goku was the person present there. So she doesn't know much anyway, but she does know that Goku was present there. And then obviously Gohan shows up to the party disguised as Saiyaman. Vegeta thinks Gohan looks like an idiot. Goku thinks also Gohan looks like an idiot. But Goku won't, he won't call his son, a doofus or a weirdo or something like that. He just thinks it's amusing that his son finds it to be entertaining. So he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's cool. But secretly you kind of think like Goku saying, like, what are you doing? He wants to say that, but he is not saying that. He thinks it's actually cool. Actually, he might actually think it's cool because Goku is kind of weird himself. So he moves on with Android 17. I mean Android 18 with Krillin, with Piccolo, and it's surprising. This is the first time we get to see Krillin with hair for the very first time. It's a game changer. That's why I say the arc of Freeza Saga, Cell Saga, Majin Buu Saga are different phases in development within not just the character but the story of Dragon Ball Z. It evolves per each time skip, not just in characters but in story and in mood as well. Everything increased. The only thing that stays the same within Dragon Ball Z, that's same within all of Dragon Ball and Super as well, is powers. Fighting using powers, fisticuffs, hands, feet. That never changes because that is the core of these characters. They're Saiyans. They don't need to use the guns and bombs and traps and everything. Everything is within their power in order to stop their foes. Moving on to that, we go to the training. We get to see the little movie created by, human beings with regards to who really defeated Cell. This ridiculous little puppet-looking character was playing in this movie to pretend to be Cell. Um, Goku think is funny. We get to see all the little puppet animation. Well, not really puppet. People dressed in full-bodied Krillin heads and Bobby Trunk heads and Piccolo heads and Vegeta heads. It's so weird, but it's funny at the same time. And you get to see a guy wearing a Piccolo helmet, um, something you would see at Disneyland or something. A guy wearing a helmet from a mascot. And we get to see him wearing a Piccolo helmet. Piccolo's pissed off by this, as well as Vegeta. They can't stand it. Moving forward from that, after that nonsense is over with, we get to the more serious side of the anime, where Videl is looking at Piccolo, and Videl says that guy's stressed out for being someone who's going to get in the competition. Um, Goku knows that something's up with Piccolo, but he's trying to keep Videl off the scent of discovering who they really are. He just tells Videl it's cool, he's just stressed out. And then Vegeta picks out the ball to represent that he's going to get in a fight with Kakarot, because Kakarot is 11, um, Vegeta is 12. No, I think I've never said this before, but Kakarot is the name of Goku. And that name is designated to the name given to Goku from his father. And his father, Kakarot's father, is Bardock. So Goku is the son of Bardock, the man who defied Frieza, the guy with the red bandana, a legendary fighter. Even though he's not a Super Saiyan, he's a legendary fighter, the first man to rebel against Frieza prior to Vegeta's father, or the people of Vegeta when Frieza first came to the planet. So, yeah. By the way, Bardock is far more powerful than King Vegeta. So, yeah, from the beginning, Goku came from someone who was far more powerful than any Saiyan to begin with. So, Frieza aside and Cell aside, diving deeper into the Majin Buu Saga, we get to meet a guy named Shin. And Shin is essential towards this part of the Majin Buu Saga and this part of Dragon Ball Z universe. Shin's sole purpose here is to find fighters who are powerful enough in order to stop a wizard called Babidi. And this wizard is not powerful. This wizard is not much of anything. This wizard ability is what's powerful. This wizard can use his power and his ability in order to manipulate anyone who is powerful to his will. So even though this wizard is not powerful, so to speak, with regards to power and control and strength, his source of his power lies within his ability to turn powerful people, no matter how powerful they are or how much will they have, bend to his will. As long as that person is somewhat evil, that person can be turned. As long as you have a speck of evil intent, not just you're a bad person that do bad things. As long as you have an intent to do something evil, you can be turned. So Piccolo was considered to be someone who had the intent to destroy the world at a time. However, with him fusing with Kami, with him defying who he was from the past to who he is now, with his fight against Cell, that fusion within Kami and within Nails pretty much killed off that characteristic of his nature. Because the original evil, Piccolo, really wasn't that evil. He just wanted to destroy things in order for things to be part of his world, his empire. He didn't just simply destroy like the androids. He was very much like a Frieza, a low-level version of Frieza. But he wasn't to that evil level of Frieza, as in he's willing to sacrifice even his own allies to attain his goals. So even though Piccolo was originally evil, by fusing with Kami and by separating his evil nature from himself and destroying that evil nature, what was left was simply Nails and simply the God and Piccolo together. So he couldn't be influenced by Majin Buu's master, Babidi. Moving forward from that, we get to see the tournament showing Shin versus Piccolo. That was the first split screen. The next split screen was Gohan versus what was his name? Shin and Yamu, or is that Yamu was a bad guy? And then we see Goku and Vegeta and Mr. Satan and Android 18. I'm still trying to remember his name. It was Mr. Satan and Android 18. And then after that, I'm not concerned with the other fighters. Moving forward, we get to see Shin versus Piccolo first match. Or was it Krillin versus that fat guy? I don't remember. But Shin fighting Piccolo, boom, 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 go forward. They didn't even spat. They didn't even threw down. Shin entered the arena. Piccolo entered the arena. Piccolo decides to say, deuces out. I'm leaving. He starts sweating bullets. He peaced out without even fighting the guy. It's later discovered that Shin is the god of our galaxy. No. Yeah. Shin is the god of our galaxy. So I got it completely wrong. Now that I remember. Shin is in charge of a certain aspect of a galaxy. There's North Galaxy, South Galaxy, East Galaxy, West Galaxy, and that's how it goes. North, South, East, and West. And they're in charge of certain galaxies within our universe. Because there are many universes within Dragon Ball Z universe. We haven't got to the multiverse within Dragon Ball Z, because the multiverse in Dragon Ball Z does not exist. The multiverse of Dragon Ball Z only exists in Dragon Ball Z Super. So every fight that happens in Super are on multiverse level stuff. Here, we're still very much within our universe, and in order for us to excel past our universe, to get to fight characters within the many universes, we have to first beat the characters within this universe. So South Galaxy, North Galaxy, East Galaxy, West Galaxy are all ruled by a certain ruler, a certain empire or emperor. So, and this emperor, these are called Shins. So King Kai is ruler of our solar system. See, I knew I got that wrong. Shin is the ruler of our galaxy. And the person that's ruling our planet is another god, the Namekian. So that's how it goes. Moving on from that, we go to the next section. In the next section, we get to see Spopovich. And Spopovich has the evil Majin sign on top of his head, tattooed into his head or branded into his head. Not exactly sure. Moving on from that, the Majin sign represents that of an evil wizard called Badabidi. Moving on from that, we get to go into the next part of the story, or the next part of the tournament, and that goes directly into confrontation with regards to Spopovich and Videl. That said, Videl loses, and people can't mind their business. All that noise in the background is just someone being snoopy like they typically do, because people are losers because they can't mind their own business. They will stand by your door in your apartment and want to know who's making all that noise. I can't stand it, man. There are people in this world that do this all the time. But moving on from that, it's not about them. It's about this anime. So Videl gets her ass kicked. Moving forward, we get to see more people down the road. Moving forward, this skinny guy tells Spopovich, like, listen, stop playing with Videl. We got a job to do. We got to take the energy from this guy. We got to then give the energy back to our master, Babidi. Sharpener. This guy's name is Sharpener. Says he's looking for the Great Saiyan Man. If he could get a picture and the true identity of the Great Saiyan Man, he'll be rich. This is one of the characters that are within Videl's school. Not really important to the story, but for some reason that he's friends with Videl, and he's friends with other people that are part of Videl's crew. But he was never a friend of Gohan because he was always in love with Videl. That's the reason why he's here. He's supposed to be this guy who wants to fight for Videl's hand, but he has no idea what he's doing. He's kind of a comedy relief, who knows? I never really understand Sharpener, but I do understand his name and I do like it. I do like that his name is named after a sharpener that sharpens pens. It's very amusing how they use names within the Dragon Ball Z universe, and it's very interesting. Every single name of every character is based on some type of product within the world that you use. Certain things, mostly utensils that you use or foods that you eat. Like Vegeta is named after a vegetable, like vegetables, and Piccolo's named after pickles, that type of stuff. Sharpener is named after a sharpener, and eraser is named after an eraser. That type of weird stuff. I love it. Moving forward from that, we get to see Gohan gets his powers taken by these minions of Babidi. They take the power, they head off with the power. Goku said, "Oh, Shin, you're saying these guys are headache?" It's like, no, those guys are weaklings. But the power that they've taken from Gohan is going to give it to someone who's far more powerful. It's like, really, is this person more powerful to kick everybody's ass? I was like, yeah, this person is the most powerful person within the universe. Goku says, in the universe, but like not in the solar system or the galaxy thing. He said, no, this person can destroy anyone or anything within the universe. It's like Goku said, I'm getting fired up. So I got to see what this is all about. I want to see where they're taking Gohan's powers. They head off. Vegeta says, I don't care about this so-called guy who's more powerful than anyone. Our fight with you and me, Kakarot, we have to fight it out. We originally found it out in my saga. We got to continue this saga of us kicking each other's ass. The only person I ever wanted to fight in my entire life, more than anything, is you. I'm not interested in fighting Cell. I was never interested in fighting, Frieza. It was always about fighting you and kicking your ass for kicking my ass. In other words, Vegeta still have this grudge that Goku was the person that kicked his ass first, and he was able to beat Frieza. If he was able to kick Goku's ass, but Goku still beat Frieza, he wouldn't be picking on Goku because he was able to kick Goku's ass. But the fact that Goku kicked his ass and beat Frieza, that was the tipping point that Vegeta always wanted to get into a conflict with Goku. It's not simply about him beating Goku. Goku beat him and beat Frieza. That was what pissed Vegeta off more than anything. Not just beating him or beating Goku, beating him, but beating the person who Vegeta wanted to beat all his life. That was the thing that makes Goku Vegeta's sworn enemy. Moving forward from that, Vegeta basically follows Kakarot, saying, okay, so if you're not going to fight me, I'm going to kick the ass of the person who you want to kick the ass of, just to show you that that person is nothing. So Videl hangs out and said, well, I can't go any more further. I'm getting real weak. My energy is going down. I don't know how you guys do it. I'm peacing out. Gohan said, okay, head back. It's going to get dangerous from here on out anyway. If these guys are as bad as the Shin says, it's best that you're in a safer place than here. Like, these type of fights aren't to the level that you can possibly understand. So after using her energy and flying over cities and realizing that she has so much power in order to do so much things, she started gathering that anyone who could use this type of power can easily defeat anybody. And she realizing that she has so much power, energy inside her body, that she could make her body do these things, she realized that, okay, I know that you are the person that saved the city now. It's not my father. My father doesn't have this type of power. And since Cell had this type of power, I knew my father couldn't stop someone who had this type of power. And so they said, yeah, your father didn't stop anyone. In fact, we kind of saved him. Otherwise, he would have been killed. He doesn't literally say that. It's like, yeah, we stopped them, but and we let the humans believe that Mr. Satan, as well as Mr. Satan, believe that he killed them, because no one would believe us anyway, even if we told them. And even if we did tell them, everyone would probably try to kill us simply because they realize we could destroy the planet, though they're not that type of people. So moving forward from that, except Dr. Jiro knew. That's why he wanted to destroy them. But Dr. Jiro, being a dumbass he is, he wanted to destroy them so much he's willing to kill the entire species of the human race in order to do that, or destroy the entire planet Earth just to do that. It means he never gave a damn about the human species to begin with. He's just Jiro was very much just like Frieza, a person who just wanted to win at any cost. Where he came from, why he was born human, doesn't matter. His species doesn't matter to Jiro. Winning mattered to Jiro, just like Frieza. Moving forward, we get to see this villain called, what was his name? It's very hard to forget his name. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. I thought he was like a Zarbon type, but he's beyond Zarbon. In fact, he's beyond Frieza. Dabura. That was his name. Dabura is a person who is beyond the strength of Frieza. In fact, Dabura is so much so beyond the strength of Frieza that if Dabura was to fight Frieza when he was first introduced in Dragon Ball Z in Majin Buu Saga, if he was to teleport back in time and travel back in time using Trunks' time machine and show up between the fight between Goku and Frieza and says, okay, time out, I'm here to kick this guy's named Frieza's ass. And then I'm going to kill you, Goku. Just to show you that that this guy, Frieza, is nothing. Yeah, Dabura would wipe the floor with Frieza in a heartbeat. People who say it's impossible. Frieza evolved just as much as the Saiyans evolve when fighting, but he just evolved slower. Well, Dabura, in his current state, it won't matter if Frieza was to evolve far past his level in order to be. Let's say Frieza was able to beat a Super Saiyan, even though Goku beat a Super Saiyan. Let's say Frieza was even able to beat Super Saiyan 1.5, but wasn't able to get to Gohan's level of Super Saiyan 2. Dabura would be equal to the strength of Super Saiyan 1.8. In other words, Dabura would be just 2 points shy of Super Saiyan 2. Basically, if Gohan was to meet Dabura, Gohan would wipe the floor with Dabura as well. Just like Gohan wiped the floor with Cell, Gohan would do the same thing to Dabura. Dabura is on the same level as Cell is, as Perfect Cell is. His strength is on the same level as Perfect Cell is. People say, no, that's not true. Cell is more powerful. Cell, after he consumes Gohan's power and make himself, the Cell when he came back to life after he got killed by Gohan, after Gohan went Super Saiyan 2, that Cell Dabura can't beat. The first version of Perfect Cell, that Cell Dabura is equal to. In other words, if Cell was to fight Dabura, both of them will end up killing each other. Or Cell will win the same way Goku won against Frieza. The fight between Frieza and gold-haired Goku in Saiyan form went on for quite some time. But in the end, Frieza ran out of energy. That would be the only thing of how Cell would beat Dabura. If Dabura ran out of energy and got tired. And Cell can't get tired because Cell is a robot. Or a perfect version of a robot. He's part android, so his power cells don't run out. Dabura is not an android. Eventually, he'll run out of energy. So eventually, Perfect Cell will win. So, yeah, Dabura will mop the floor with Frieza. It don't matter if Frieza became more powerful than a Super Saiyan. Dabura is more powerful than a Super Saiyan. He's just not more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. So yeah, that just for those who think that Dabura is weak, Dabura is close or equal to the level of Cell, and he's greater than the strength of Frieza. Not the Frieza in Super, but the original Frieza that fought the first Super Saiyan. He's beyond his strength. He's just not beyond the level of Super Saiyan 2. He can't beat a Super Saiyan 2. He's on the same strength level as Cell is, the first level Cell, perfect Cell. Not the transform level of Cell, but the perfect final level of Cell, when Cell kicked all the Super Saiyan's ass by himself before he fought Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. So this guy is very powerful. This guy is beyond all the Z fighters right now. This guy could kick everybody's ass at this very moment. However, since Goku and Vegeta have been training, Goku and Vegeta have now excelled to the level of Super Saiyan 2. So the only people he wouldn't be able to kick ass right now would be Goku and Vegeta. Everybody else is still not to Super Saiyan 2 level. You have to be Super Saiyan 2 level to kick this guy's ass. That's all there is to it. Unfortunately, Gohan couldn't kick his ass because Gohan slacked off as he became a teenager. Babidi is shown here. Babidi tells Dabura to go and kill the rest of them. Babidi kills this guy isn't Yamo. I keep calling him Yamo. Yamo is a villain. Don't remember his name. Don't know why. He's about to kill Shin. He's going to kill this. Was going to kill this guy. Did he kill it? Yeah, he killed him. And then he turns Piccolo and Krillin into stone. Moving forward from that, the Majin Buu Saga continue forward. This guy gets his ass kicked. Don't remember his name. Not going to. Vegeta mops the floor with him. Vegeta doesn't even need to go Super Saiyan in order to kick this guy's ass. But when he did go Super Saiyan, this guy is basically weaker than Frieza. But he thought he was at the level of Frieza. He's not even considered to go Super Saiyan on, but he believed because human beings, no matter how powerful they are on this planet, they couldn't kick his ass anyway, but he doesn't know anything about Saiyan. So he's dumb as shit, gets killed. Vegeta's not a good guy. Vegeta does kill him. This anime doesn't shy away from killing people, as I said before. Not really meant for kids. Vegeta does kill him straight up, brutally. You get to see it. I'm just not showing it. I think he got exploded or he got something blasted right through his body. Eventually, Dabura stopped fighting Gohan and goes back to Babidi. Tells Babidi he found a secret weapon in order for them to win without even trying. Shin says, what secret weapon? Eventually, Shin gets to decide, or should I say, Shin discovers, based on the decision that Dabura decides, that they found the fighter mean among our enemies. And once Shin realized who that person is, she realized that person Dabura meant was Vegeta. Babidi says, yes, this guy is arrogant as hell, wicked as hell. He has a lot of pompousness. He's so uptight. He's perfectly arrogant little, bastard that he is. Because that's who Vegeta is. He's arrogant. He doesn't even mess with weaklings anymore. And he's not interested in killing people unless they piss him off. So yeah, they use that against the Z fighters. They turn Vegeta into Majin Vegeta, which is one of the most badass characters in all of Dragon Ball Z history. Just me talking about Majin Vegeta is like equal to me talking about Luffy going Gear 4. Not necessarily Gear 5, but Luffy going Gear 4. So that's how hyped I was when I first saw Majin Vegeta. He returned back into his evil, conceited ways from Dragon Ball Z early years when the Vegeta Saga happened with the Saiyans invading Earth. So he returned back to his evil ways. It destroyed everyone he destroyed half of everyone within the tournament area, killing innocent people, pissing off Goku to the level that Goku said, "I'm not gonna forgive you for this, you asshole. You know, you let yourself get turned simply because you have this grudge between me. We're gonna duke it out. We're gonna finally settle this. You have this ass whip coming, and you're gonna get it now." So they end up going somewhere. They end up fighting each other. Um, of course, that's exactly what Babidi wanted. The energy expelled from out of Babidi's little hocus pocus thing is what would fuel energy to give back to reviving Majin Buu. Why? Because by using his powers to teleport Goku and all of them back into the out of the ship and into the world is not something that's completely normal. You see, his teleportation powers, even though he sent them to back to the arena where everyone is, it has his powers has an area of effect that goes on for more than a mile or so. And this area of effect is like a huge dome that goes on for more than a mile that extends beyond the level of his ship. And so when it attaches it to everything around it, people are now seeing within the arena, which is a larger arena, like a superdome. Um, it goes beyond that arena level. So when they were teleported back into the arena itself is within Babidi's powers of his dome. And so when Babidi teleport them from that dome area into an external desert area, he now it's not even like a dome. It's more like an area of effect ability. So once he teleport them into an area within the outside area, he basically moved them from place to place using his powers, remove objects from place to place using his powers. So he literally can remove the area of effect, which is like a dome, into any outside area. So it's not like he's manipulating the outside world. He's manipulating the inside world and the floor that he stand on and everything to go to where he needs it to go. So Babidi is very powerful in his magic. So moving on from that, we get to see the fight with Goku and Vegeta. Moving on from that, we get to see all that energy goes into this ball to revive Majin Buu. Moving on from that, that egg cracks. The smoke goes up into the air. The smoke then turns into steam. That steam then returns back to Earth. Um, Goku then goes to get a sensu bean to give it to himself. Vegeta co-clocks him behind the head. Goku falls to the ground. Moving on from that, we then see Gohan going after trying to stop Majin Buu, realizing he can't stop Majin Buu. Majin Buu in his first form, or should I say Majin Buu in his first form that we see, but he's been many forms before that. It's the first one we're seeing. Dabura says, "Is this the great Majin Buu? He looks like a guy who's been eating too much candy his entire life from since he was a baby." Yeah, something like that. He just looks like a big pink, I don't know, like Pillsbury Doughboy type thing that you would see on making dough or something, box or something. He looks very weird. He has like huge mittens on his hand, and he has a cape on his back like he's Superman or something. He's a weirdo looking guy, but eventually it shows that this really is Majin Buu. The M doesn't just give it away. It's his power that gave it away. You see, while Dabura is taking things seriously, while Shin is taking things seriously, while Gohan's taking things seriously, this guy's just having fun and playing around. So he just basically blinds Dodoria, Doppler. Yeah, I'm about to call him Dodoria. Blinds Doppler, blinds him to the fact that he's now fully blind, then kicks him away. Dabura goes after him, tries to skewer Majin Buu. Majin Buu turns him into a chocolate, eats the chocolate, gains Dabura's powers. But a strange thing about Dabura is that when Majin Buu consumes people, he typically gains their power and turns into them, so to speak. But that's not the case when it comes to Dabura. He didn't transform with the Dabura. So continuity wise, I think that's the second most messed up continuity that happens within that of the Dragon Ball Z universe. So moving forward from that, we get to see Gohan being trained by another person. Don't remember his name in order to get stronger. Moving on from that, we get to see Mr. Satan going after Majin Buu because the human race wants to stop Majin Buu because Majin Buu is the new threat. Majin Buu has destroyed a couple of cities. We're going forward into the anime much faster. I'm trying to speed it up more because it's now 4 hours in. So Mr. Satan goes to try to stop Majin Buu. Turns out he befriends Majin Buu, ends up even taking a bath with the guy, washing his back, all that stuff, having fun with him. Eventually, you realize Majin Buu is just like this big baby that just doesn't know what to do with his power. Like he's just like a big baby that's uncontrollable. And the only way to control him is to give him what he wants or to nurture him like you would nurture a baby or give him responsibility of saying, this is, no, 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 you shouldn't do this. You should do this. So Bobby has never tried, or previous master before Bobby has never tried to understand this. In fact, I believe Mr. Staten is the only person that understands this. So moving forward from that, we get to see another scene where a guy pops into the little building or little house that Majin Buu built for himself, ends up shooting Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan ends up falling to the ground. Once the guy crashes to the ground, all of a sudden, uh, Majin Buu, being now befriended Mr. Satan, decides to see that, oh, Mr. Satan is having this issue, and he has to solve this issue for Mr. Satan. So by him solving this issue is by telling Mr. Satan, I'm trying to do this good that you want me to do, but my inside, my negative part of who I am is contradicting my existence because I was born to be evil, even though I like doing these good things. So in order for him to do an evil, to stop, to do this action, to kill this person for hurting um, Mr. Satan from getting shot, he realized he really wants to kill this person. That is the evil that Mr. Satan is saying that you shouldn't do. So he's having like a crisis between fighting himself versus himself on the inside of himself. The evil is trying to get out of him, separating himself from this person that he's now trying to be. So removing himself from himself, which is the only way he could figure out to obey what Mr. Satan wants to do, is to separate himself from himself, where the evil is expelling itself in order to do what it wants to do, because he cannot do what Mr. Satan wants him to do. His evil that's within him is far more powerful to not want to kill. So it expels himself from the fat version of Majin Buu, and now the skinny version of Majin Buu is now going to be present, and by expelling itself from Majin Buu, it kills this guy. So there are now two Majin Buu present. There's the bigger Majin Buu, heavier Majin Buu, and then there's a bony Majin Buu, and this guy literally looks like a bag of bones. Like his body is completely worn out. Like he has no energy in his body. Like he's weak as hell, and it's represented in the texture of his skin. Like his body is like a prune. So his color, his pink skin, is now darkened to a level that it has no color. That is completely dark. It is also a representation of the type of Majin Buu this is an evil version because of lack of color in its skin. I know a lot of people in the past have said like, oh, no, this is how people have defined how certain cultures in society is. The darker your skin, the more evil you are. All that bullshit. That was nonsense connected towards racism. We're talking about, darkness as in the word darkness, as in wickedness, as in the opposite of light, as in the difference between, killing a turtle versus letting a turtle just walk away simply because you want to do it. That type of darkness. And the color that represents darkness is not a color. It doesn't represent a color. Darkness can be either white, darkness can be pink, darkness can be red. It's just that in human nature, we've gotten too comfortable with darkness really represented by the color of black because, darkness represents a dark color, and black is the easiest color that's associated with it. So, I completely laugh at that stuff. There have been many movies about, evil being represented by this bright light, you know, because it fools you into thinking that, you know, it's one thing, but it's another. Typically, energy, any type of energy, no matter how wicked it is not dark in color. Any real energy that's powerful is almost always light in color. So moving on from that, we get to the next section. This guy completely gets obliterated by evil Buu, which is logically true. Actually, obliterated is a light word to describe what happens to him. He's more like he's you know, he's just gone from planet Earth. Vaporized is the best word to describe it. He's not obliterated. It's more like he's vaporized. There's not even a speck of smoke to describe what was once a human being there. It was like, yeah, you're here now, you're gone, and didn't even know if you were here to begin with. That's all what happened to this dude. So eventually, evil Buu turns this Buu into chocolate, eats this chocolate, and then transforms it into another Buu. This is why I was saying what happened with Dabura. I don't understand that continuity of fault that happened with Dabura, or is that mishap that happened with Dabura. It doesn't make sense. If you eat a character that you turn into chocolate, you gain their powers and turn into them. That didn't happen with Doppler. Don't know why. Maybe it's because he was a demon. Maybe it's because he was never physically present. Maybe it's because he was always evil to begin with, so you can't really turn the power of someone who was evil to begin with to transform into them if Dabba's even incarnate. So I don't know. I still think that's a mishap on their part, a huge mishap. Moving on from that, we get to see him transform into this second version of Buu, which is far more powerful than this version of Buu or the heavier set, more plumpy version of Buu. And we're now into a stronger version of Buu. And I should call this Buu second form Buu. Because even though this could be considered a second form Buu, this was just Buu separating himself from himself. So he didn't turn into this Buu. He just removed himself from himself. This is not something he turned into. This is just something that separated from him. Him turning into this is a different story. He consumes it, it turns into it, that's his whole spiel. Once he consumes someone by any means possible, he turns into that thing, that's the next form. That's how Buu power works. He powers up by transforming into the thing that are far more powerful than him by consuming them. That's how Buu has always ruled. That's how Buu will continue to rule. He goes after looking for Goku, doesn't see Goku here, doesn't see Gohan here, who fought against him. He was actually originally looking for Gohan, wanted to kick Gohan's and Shin's ass for, you know, trying to mess with him or running away from him. They're not there. Moving forward, we get to see Shin fusing with Kibito. That's his name, Kibito. Now I remember his name. It just came back to me. His name was Kibito. He fused with Kibito. The guy that Dabura killed, that's his name, Kibito. So the angel version of Kibito fused with Shin. And they're now this guy, Kibito Shin. I'm going to call him Kibito Shin because that's what he's called, Kibito Shin. So Kibito Shin fused together. Goku said, that's crazy. They fused together. They're one person now. So in order for Majin Buu to be defeated, he has to be defeated using his own tactic. Fusing with others to make himself stronger. So this Majin Buu decides to kick everybody's ass. He decides to consume Piccolo and fight Piccolo. He then decides to fight Gohan, who powered up beyond the level of his father. And that doesn't work either because not only did he consume Piccolo, Majin Buu consumed Goten and Trunks together, who were in their Super Saiyan fusion form in order to beat Majin Buu. So not only did Buu consume fusion form of Goten and Trunks, he consumed Piccolo as well. So he had three different powered up people inside of his body. So doing so made him more powerful than anyone. So even though Gohan was fighting against him, it doesn't matter. He has a fusion form of Goten and Trunks inside of him. So as he was about to kill Gohan, as Gohan's laying on the ground, beaten up, completely got ass whooped, Goku showed up to the party and stopped them. But not just Goku. Goku and Vegeta showed up to the party and stopped them. During this time period, we see Mr. Dead Yamcha in heaven fighting other guys in heaven. And finally, I guess Krillin basically said this guy was always lazy about not even wanting to fight on Earth. Now all of a sudden he wants to be the strongest in the world. It doesn't make sense because whatever Yamcha was limited to on Earth doesn't apply to the Yamcha in Dead version. So in the Dead version of Yamcha, he's wants to be more than what he is now. I'm not sure if that applies to all human beings, but I believe it only applied to Yamcha because it doesn't affect Krillin. So being dead as a human is just something that affected Yamcha itself. It doesn't affect Krillin. It's just something that he wanted to pursue. So moving forward from that, we get from that scene from Yamcha back to Vegeta and back to Goku fighting Majin Buu. Majin Buu then consumes Gohan because he realizes even though he could easily beat Goku and Vegeta together without fusing with Gohan, his whole thing is to be supreme power of all things. So why give up the chance of not consuming Gohan, who has been powered up? So he then also consumes Gohan, who is weak on the ground and unable to stop him. While his fight was happening between Vegeta and Goku, a part of himself that was cut off, he left it on the ground secretly, and that part was slowly crawling towards uh, Gohan while it was on the ground, without any form of energy to indicate that his presence was known. So it consumed Gohan, then it goes back into Majin Buu, makes Majin Buu stronger. Majin Buu then wipes the floor with Goku and with Vegeta. Even though they're both dead, I believe if you kill someone who is dead already, they permanently die this time. I mean, even their ghosts, their energy form of their ghosts go bye-bye. So if Goku and Vegeta dies here, it's so long farewell for Dragon Ball Z permanently. They will never be able to come back in Super. So that doesn't happen. So what Vegeta says is, give me the earring that you got from Kabuto-Shin, or from the old man that gave the earrings to Kabuto-Shin. And Goku said, okay, since these earrings are meant to power us up to a level that we could go beyond, something that we've never seen before, and a sea or a well of energy, similar to what Gohan had when he was a kid, then we should be able to become a strong entity that never been seen before within the universe. Something equal to that of fusion. Of course, the earrings make you become even more powerful than any fusion can possibly give you. It boosts your power. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I do know it allows you to do the fusion technique without using the whole ridiculous dance that you have to do in fusion. So putting on the earrings, Vegeta and Goku put on the earrings, and they finally turn into um, Vegeto. And Vegeto is, I would say, Vegeto is the endgame fusion of Dragon Ball Z. In fact, Vegeto is the endgame fusion of Dragon Ball Z Super as well. And Vegeto is very much like the Gogeta version. And the Gogeta version is the reverse version. It's using the fusion without the earrings. If you use the fusion without the earrings, you become Gogeta. If they use fusion with the earrings, you become Vegeto. They're both one and the same. They're the same type of people. It's just backwards, forwards. With earrings, Vegeto. Without it, Gogeta. The power level is the same though. It's still the fusion technique. That said, in this fusion form, nothing in the universe can stop you because it's like a well of power, just like in Gohan. You're fighting someone who can access a well of power. You cannot stop this person, no matter how powerful you are. And Majin Buu quickly realized this and decides to turn both of them into candy, but they fooled them. they put an energy ball around their body as they're being consumed, making themselves encapsulated within the candy itself. So as they're being turned into candy, they put an aura of energy around their body to save their body from being consumed. So when the exterior of their body was being turned into candy, the interior of their body, the energy in their body, kind of sheds it like a skin, and only the skin version of the upper layer of their body gets turned into candy while they are safe. So, or should I say, the aura that they gave off was consumed, and the aura is like hard iron. Because when a Dragon Ball Z character does his own power up thing, and their body glows with an aura around them, power, that thing is as hard as iron. It's harder than iron. It's like energy. It's like emerald energy, or it's like a diamond that's glowing around them. So that's what's been consumed by Majin Buu and turned into candy, while their body was nice and safe within themselves. So inside their body, they go to rescue um, everyone who was turned into candy by Majin Buu. They get to see the bodies of these people, their energy being siphoned off inside Majin Buu, and eventually we get to see that even the heavier set Majin Buu was eventually consumed himself by the skinny Majin Buu, and his power was being siphoned off as well in order to use it. Once said powers was released, once they released heavyset Majin Buu from his own body, once Gohan was released, once Piccolo was released, once Goten was released, and once Trunks were released, Majin Buu returned back to his original form. And his original form was the very first form that he originally came from before, when he was originally created. So when um, Babidi's father, Bibidi, because they both have ridiculous names, when Bibidi first created this character called Majin Buu on some table or within a capsule, wherever he created or however he created him, the first form created that manifested from that creation was something that looked like a child and in child state. And it was pink in color and it was in child state. And he wanted this character to be very much rubberish like, so that it could re-energize and regenerate his body to a vast degree. Um, and so, by doing so, by creating this Kid Buu, he eventually went off to try to conquer the entire universe. However, that didn't go his way, because once Goku and rest of the Goku and Vegeta saved everyone, he went back into his original kid state, and eventually, everyone who was on the planet decided to peace out and teleport Goku and Vegeta onto their own Kai's planet, the Kai planet. And the Kai planet is a planet that cannot be destroyed easily, like normal human planet. In fact, you could say the Kai planet can't be destroyed at all, but that turns out to be untrue. Moving forward from that, we get to the next section where we see the Dragon Balls are accepted and shown to um, Shin and the others in order for them to help Goku in his fight against Majin Buu. Because the only way to stop Majin Buu is to gain more power in order to stop Majin Buu. Same as in Frieza, not so much as in Cell, because you don't need Dragon Ball to fight Cell when you have, coming in clutch Gohan, who has a well of power. Unfortunately, they don't have Gohan's well of power to assist them in this, so they have to go back to the method they used against Frieza, which is the Dragon Ball. By using the Dragon Ball, they were able to gain power from Mr. Satan, because Mr. Satan is the leader of everyone on planet Earth. They see him like this human god or this great man that they all pray to or stuff. They don't really pray to him, but he's like this legendary hero that amongst human beings, that's that savior. He supposedly defeated Cell, so they all believe him, and so they all obeyed him and did as he said. They send up their energy from the aura of energy that comes from every human being, every animal, everything goes towards Mr. Satan, and which typically goes towards Goku, because that energy was stored into something called the Spirit Bomb, and only Goku and the Z fighters know how to use the spirit bomb or understand what the spirit bomb is. And the spirit bomb is exactly what it means. It's a bomb made of nothing but spirits. It's not something that's physically a form energy type. It's only spirit energy type. And if that spirit energy type from all people are launched against someone like Majin Buu, made of pure, evil and energy, evil or negative energy, the spirit energy is based on pure good energy or just pure nature energy, which Majin Buu is not made of pure nature energy. He's made of pure negative energy. There are two things that are conflicting against each other, are clashing against each other. So the size of that energy touches Majin Buu and hurts Majin Buu. Piccolo laughs that Mr. Satan is the one that saves planet Earth and not Goku and everything. But that's typical within Dragon Ball Z universe, that the weirdest guy turns out to be the guy who is going to save everyone. Everyone laughs about it. Even I laughed about it when I first saw it. I'm saying, you're totally right, Piccolo. The person who's the most ridiculous character that's not really a hero uh, and can't really stop anyone, even lower level people under people like Frieza, is the person that saved humanity. So that said, with that is the end of the story, and I'm more than 4 hours and 30 minutes in, and I'll bring it to a conclusion because I thought this would be shorter than that of Luffy. Turns out to be I'm more psyched about Dragon Ball Z than I am about One Piece. Didn't think that would happen, but we're talking about an entire saga here, an entire series here that has more than 300, 400 episodes. The only reason I stopped so many times in Dragon Ball Z is because I could emphasize things more in Dragon Ball Z, because in Dragon Ball Z, things are more memorable than they are in One Piece. Another reason why it's in my top three. If you remember more in a series more than anything, it means that thing is in top tier. So Dragon Ball Z don't have a lot of fillers, don't have a lot of issues. Everything pretty much runs smooth. The only bad thing I could say about Dragon Ball Z is that it's all about fighting. Most of their solutions are solved by fighting. The one major thing I would take away from it. That's why it's not in my number one slot. So with that said, and possibly the animation as well. The animation Dragon Ball Z, when it's drawing characters, it looks goofy. The people don't actually look like, more mature or more realistic. They look very much animated. But hey, One Piece is not the same. It falls under the same ladder as well as Hunter x Hunter. The more realistic looking people, you could say, falls into the line of Naruto, but Naruto has so much more false than Hunter x Hunter does, and even than Dragon Ball Z does. So that said, that'll be the end of this. The Dragon Pirangas from the Namek planet grants the wish to assist Goku. Goku remembers all the people that Majin Buu fought. Gotenks, the fusion form of Goten and Trunks, when he first expelled his evil version and took on his more realistic, serious version. Gohan fighting Majin Buu and then being consumed by Majin Buu, and then fighting Vegeto. Goku is just doing a small little recap of everything that started from the beginning of appearance of Majin Buu. I don't have every image to show that, but I'm just going to go straight through this because it's been more than 4 hours in. And he even remembers the Super Saiyan 3 version that has the extremely long hair. And this is the hairstyle that Gohan would have rocked if Cell was still alive. If Cell didn't, if there was no Goku as backup, as backup dancer to Gohan, if Gohan was there by himself and he had to go beyond his limits, a Super Saiyan 3 would pop up there and Cell would have got his ass kicked easy. If Gohan had gone Super Saiyan 3, done's are done. It wouldn't be no need for him to have any support whatsoever. He would have easily defeated Cell. Easily. In Super Saiyan 3. No struggle whatsoever. That said, we get to see these backstories of him originally fighting Goku and fighting the different Z fighters and fighting Gotenks, the different fusion forms, both of Gotenks and of Goku and Vegeta. And finally, we're back to here. The Spirit Bomb clashes, which is like a mini little Freeza. No, not a mini. It's a gigantic. It's a bigger form than Frieza's gigantic ball, because it's the energy of all human beings on planet Earth. So it's like a mini half moon. It's like, yeah, it's like a mini moon. It's like almost the size of a moon. Was like a mini. It's like the smallest moon you could possibly think of, and it comes down upon Majin Buu. Majin Buu can't stop it because his weight is too heavy, as well as Majin Buu doesn't have the energy to stop something that big, and also because even though he did have the energy to push it back, because Majin Buu is powerful, um, he then has to also fight against Goku using his energy to push the ball towards Majin Buu as well. Eventually, too much for him. Goku gets all his energy back from the wish. Too much. Done, sir, done. Goku says, see you. You were a great fighter. You really had me going there. I couldn't have beat you if it wasn't for the help of all my friends and myself. You really put up a fight. You're pretty much the strongest person in the universe. At least he's the strongest person in the universe in Dragon Ball Z. If Majin Buu was to fight Cell and to fight Frieza, he would mop the floor with them. Like easy time 1000. Hell, if Majin Buu was to fight Super Saiyan 3, which he did, he mopped the floor with him as well. I won't even argue. Like, if I was to take Majin Buu, kid version Majin Buu, take him back in time to Frieza, when Frieza first landed, Frieza would just take Cell's head, pound it to the ground. I'm sorry. Are you knocked out? All I did is I slammed your head to the ground. You would knock him out. With just one hit. One hit. Fight Cell, maybe more than one hit. Maybe a couple of punches. Cell would be weakened. It's like, I feel pain. One blast. Boom. You guys went through all this trouble powering up all these many people. You know, you went to Super Saiyan 3. Why did you even try? All you needed was for me to do my Majin Buu powers, one blast. Oh, the guy's not even there anymore, not even smoke. So Majin Buu was far beyond Cell, far beyond Frieza. But it needed our Z fighters to excel past their limits. Gohan had to excel past his limits. But here's the thing. I knew for a fact if Gohan went to Super Saiyan 3 when he was fighting Cell, and he kept going, I mean, when he went past Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, and he kept going, he would eventually go to Super Saiyan 3 before we got to when he was a teenager. So he would excel past Goku's Super Saiyan 3 level when he was a teenager, and would have gone to Super Saiyan 4 level when he fought Majin Buu. Because if he was at Super Saiyan 3 level, if he kept doing his training rather than going to school, he would be at Super Saiyan 3 level by now. Which means when he was training on that planet in order to become strong and to gain his powers to beat Buu, he would be fighting at Super Saiyan 4 level. Which means he would have mopped the floor with Buu by himself without any need of his father, without any need of any human beings using all their spirit bomb energy. None of that. Because Gohan would already be in Super Saiyan 4, would already be beyond the powers of Majin Buu, beyond the powers of Goku, beyond the powers of Vegeta. He would have been the strongest person within the universe in Dragon Ball Z. So that didn't happen, so this happened. This is the alternative reality to that possible reality that would have happened if Gohan kept training. That's why I keep telling people, if Gohan ever goes clutch again and tap into that well of energy, he would be the most powerful person in the universe. And guess what? Dragon Ball Z Super is still continuing. And if everyone wants their favorite Messiah to return, they would do us right. We need that guy. We need Gohan to tap into that well again. We need him to be the person to save the universe all over again. Some people say, no, they'd rather have Goku. I'm telling you, if Goku believed that his son is the strongest thing in all the universe, then I believe if once Dragon Ball Z comes to an end and they don't make Dragon Ball Z stories in the mangas anymore, they're going to give a triumphant pat on the back, or a triumphant, a parade, and give us what we want. there's no way that they cannot reveal Gohan again as the most powerful person in the universe. He's gonna come in clutch. And if he doesn't, I guarantee the story before Dragon Ball Z or before Dragon Ball Super story comes to an end within the manga, it's gonna be something satisfying to the level of Goku going Super Saiyan 2. So if we don't get our good Messiah back again, it's gotta be something more badass than Gohan going to Super Saiyan 2. So that's it for this video. That's all I got to say. And why it's in my top 3, it should be self-explanatory. This video should be self-explanatory. If I've gone past 4 hours and I'm still talking, that should tell you how much I love the Dragon Ball Z. You know, I've gone beyond the level of talking when it comes to Luffy. And I'm still going strong. It would have been my number 1, but I'm not stupid enough to realize not everyone's into fighting to solve their solutions. That's why Hunter x Hunter will always be my number 1. It's the combination of everything in every anime that's to perfection that you want in something. If you don't want the goofy, you want serious, Hunter x Hunter has it. If you want the goofy and you don't want the serious, Hunter x Hunter have it. If you want the blood and serious, you know, like Scorsese type seriousness, Hunter x Hunter has it. You know, if you want the dark nature, you know, of Monster or of Death Note, Hunter x Hunter has it. It's simply to that type of level that you need to get to. And in the manga of Hunter x Hunter, Hunter x Hunter has it. We're now going to the Dark Island of Hunter x Hunter. We're now in the Dark Island of Hunter, or the Dark Continent. And in the Dark Continent, things get really, really evil. And I'm talking to like Death Note, nah. Beyond Death Note. We're talking about Berserk level of evil. Yeah, so Hunter x Hunter is getting dark. And people wanted it, you asked for it, you got it. But eventually Hunter x Hunter does what every anime does. It knows how, any good anime anyway does. It knows how to go light. That's why Hunter x Hunter is my number 1. But my number 3 will always be Dragon Ball Z. So anyone who don't have a Dragon Ball in whether Super, whether Z, whether original Dragon Ball in your top 5, yeah, you might want to get out of the anime business, you know. Like, stay far away from anime and don't call yourself anime. If you don't have a Dragon Ball in your top 5, go that way. Your idea of anime is far that way. Get away from me. Alright, so that's it for this video. That's all I got to say. Next one that pop up tomorrow, if I have enough time, which I don't, will probably pop up the day after tomorrow, is Naruto. And Naruto will probably be a 3-hour one. I won't make Naruto 4-hour one because Naruto is filler of a lot of fillers. So, yeah, I truly believe Naruto should have ended like way earlier than it should. All those fillers really convoluted. And it's my 4th greatest anime, and it's the only reason why it's my 4th greatest anime and not in my top 2 or my number 1 anime is because it's convoluted sandwich and it's filler sandwich. You know, they made like an entire season of nothing but fillers. In fact, I believe at a certain point they made either during the Kagura Saga or Madara Saga, they did so much backstory that it exceeded past 1 season. So yeah, don't find that to be fun. If you were really watching it when I originally watched the anime of Naruto Shippuden, you wouldn't find it fun too, to realize that you have to wait months on end just to see something again. Kiss my ass with that. You're like, nah, that could never be in my top 3. Naruto will be in my top 5, but I don't respect people who don't respect their fandom. So that's it for this video. I'm out of here. Dragon Ball Z, top 3. Top tier anime. One of the best of all times. Still going strong. Still evolving. It's not going anywhere. Thank you.